Hello everyone and welcome to round number 5 of the GRENKE Chess Classic, the anti-penultimate round. This is only a 7-round tournament. I'm Gustafsson and I am thrilled to be joined once again by Super Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, how's it going?
Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to be here. The tournament is fascinating and I think we will have again some fascinating games today.
Without further ado, the game's just started. Let's jump into the action, shall we?
Definitely.
The one game I have my eyes on, I'm aware this is not the tournament leaders, but it's two members on and off of the 2800 Club, Caruana MVL, and we have one of the sharpest Najdorf lines out there. Do you have a doctorate in Najdorfian?
Definitely I have, but that doesn't mean anything for the results. I mean, basically the Najdorf is such an opening that the more ambitious you are with white, the more risk you are taking. And black has all the more chances to fight back. And I'm usually a 6 bishop e3 player, or 6 f3 player, or 6 h3 player. And why I'm mentioning this, because Fabiano has also masterized all these moves almost to perfection, but for this game he deviates and he switches to bishop g5, which we have already seen him using it at the London Classic, beating Hikaru Nakamura with a brilliant prepared queen sacrifice. So this will be a fascinating opening battle.
Both guys, of course, armed to the teeth. It has to be said, Fabiano has had bad results against the Najdorf throughout the course of his career. I looked it up earlier this morning. Since 2013, he scored 9 out of 27 in Najdorf games, which is 33%, of course, for a world-class player with white. That's a terrible harvest. But he has good memories of this line. As you mentioned, he beat Hikaru with it recently. Maxime, however, I think this is his hobby. I think this is how he spends his days, to analyze the poison pawn or the delayed poison pawn bishop g5 lines. Who's going to out-prepare whom here?
Well, I think it's going to be really incredible clash, because we mentioned that Fabiano had this spectacular win, and then the next day Hikaru Nakamura with white played the same line against Maxime.
Also won, right?
And he has beaten him, yeah. But that was a very special moment, because MVL has excellent score in the Najdorf usually, but he was working as a second for Magnus in the World Championship match. So basically before the London Chess Classic he was busy with analyzing e4, e5, I guess, for that match. And suddenly he has forgotten, or he did not have so much time to devote to his beloved Najdorf. And Najdorf is an opening which you have to polish each day, because so many things are to be discovered.
Yeah, that's very true. I was there with him in Kragerö for, quite some weeks before London, and without revealing all the secrets, his Najdorf was not the main priority during the match for obvious reasons, so he couldn't have spent that much time. But let's get a bit into the details here. First of all, they used to play queen b6 immediately all the time, and then queen d2 or queen b3. And these sharp lines, I never fully understood why black players switched to h6 and then queen b6, because this gives white this extra option of playing like they do in the game with a3 and bishop f2.
Yes,
do you know why?
Yes, of course. I mean, the point is that, first of all, this a3 bishop f2 was not something black really was afraid of. Mm-hmm. So he thought that if with h6 he limits white's options, and actually it limits, because if, for example, you go h6 bishop h4, no, just let's go to h6 bishop queen b6, the line with knight b3 does not exist at all because of queen e3 check. So this is already one big line, which is not a theoretical problem with the h7 position, but still is a huge theory. This is one thing. And another line is that without h6 you can play queen b6. You can also play the queen d3 stuff. I mean,
this is a line.
This is a line, yeah. Queen d3, queen takes b2, rook b1, queen a3, and this is extreme f5, bishop e7, fe, bishop e2, and knife castles, then knight d5. So it goes on. There are some
Yes,
millions of
Rajabov,
lines.
Grishuk and
It's
whatever,
basically
yeah.
considered to be draw at the moment, but again, very, very sharp and too many crazy lines. And then black basically thinks that if after f4 h6 you are kind of only having this a3 bishop f2 extra option, then it's much easier for me just to focus on this exact position to work it out, and if all the other lines lead to transposition, then this is a practical move order.
Just to be clear, here there is still queen d2 and typically things transpose to other main lines with
Definitely,
e5,
yeah,
but currently black is supposed to be fine, yeah.
Yes, but it's a nightmare line for both sides, because play becomes very sharp and very direct, and everything is about the memory. So you really not only have to do your job and work on it for 1-2 weeks, but then also be able to recall all your analysis. And usually you might be tested at the moment when you are least expecting it. So it's always a huge practical question.
But I think Maxim is expecting this every day. Like, he's always ready to play in the Najdorf. So this is what he does, right? He has a limited repertoire, but he knows his stuff so well. I'm not sure if this is true, but it feels to me like he plays the Najdorf almost exclusively. Is that correct?
Yes, lately, I think in the last 2 years, definitely, because there was a time when he was switching even to some Caro-Kann.
We lost a nice game to Fabi
To
there.
Fabi, exactly, in Sinquefield Cup, yeah, and then I think that was the moment he thought that, okay, enough is enough. I'm a great Najdorf player. I will not waste my energy with any other line, any other opening. I will just stick to it, I will work on it, and I will be always fully armed in the direct lines, and in the not direct lines I'm simply feeling the position well enough not to be afraid against anyone. So let's see the game. Yeah.
They're blitzing out these moves, which I believe we've all seen before, but my memory is a little spotty here. The first time I've seen this line is the game Giri against MVL in Norway
Stavanger,
chess,
yes.
where Giri, he introduced this and he got a nice position because Maxim was surprised there, but then he went on to lose in some crazy complications. But since they've played the games you've mentioned, the most spectacular one, the Fabiano against Nakamura game in London, I'm trying to remember how that move order was. Can you recall it? I can't really.
Yeah, it's always about the move orders. It's such an important thing. I mean, move order is all about in this position, because if you just mix up something, you're gonna lose immediately. So how was it so far? Both players are playing very fast. Okay, Fabi is already 145. So basically it's clear that he knew that this is gonna happen, and MVL probably expected it, but not exclusively, since Fabiano could play any other major system here. I don't know how was that, because okay, black is trying to break with d5, and white is trying to be ready to meet that. Exactly how that game went,
Yes, I can't recall. I'm sure I've seen this position before, maybe in some h5 move.
but somehow this h4 doesn't come so familiar. I don't know. Can you just go back 2 moves? So long castles b5, it's clear. g4, bishop b7. Sometimes black plays g5, actually.
Yeah, this was the other line, g5, h4.
But this is the point, that
I think this
that
what they were
game,
discussing.
yeah, that was the game. I think g5, h4, and then bishop e2 was.
This is maybe Anish's stuff, yeah, some rook g8 and some crazy lines, and
yeah.
later on they tried even.
And this was the Fabiano
madness.
Nakamura stuff.
Let's just see if I can recall this. Is it
Queen
this line?
f6, yeah, I think so. Knight d5, queen d8, knight
And
f5.
here, this is all given by the computer. The computer wants to recapture the queen with knight c6 when you get some roughly equal endgame, I would guess. Which is probably what Nakamura had prepared, but Fabiano came up with this, also home preparation, but very nice idea, knight f5. 2 pieces against the queen, but the black king is too weak and it's just a bad position.
And the knights are so brilliant. Basically, this is the position that you can easily miss by just looking at the screen. But if you put it on the board and suddenly you analyze it and then you play knight f5 and your seconds say, okay, but what are you doing? Come on. Then you immediately understand that, yeah, no, I'm taking it back. Something went wrong.
Yes, this was Fabiano's experience, but of course Maxim knows all these things. And bishop b7, I'm sure it's also been played, but I can't remember the details here. Maybe this is this game, Nakamura against MVL.
Yes, I think so, because now with h4, okay, g5 is already taken care of, and the question is then but the point is that once you go h4, you don't have this queen h3 idea, because in that game, I think in that game somehow White played, maybe instead of h4 he played bishop g2 and rook c8, some queen h3, and then g5 was the threat by protecting the e4 pawn, and this is one of the ideas for White. But once you play h4, then you don't have this queen h3 idea anymore, but you want g5.
So what's black candidates? Knight c5 is a move that comes to mind to target this pawn immediately.
Yes.
Another option is, this move, which might be too much, but at least it's a typical idea. Once White went h4, sometimes you go h5, intending to meet g5 with knight g4.
Yeah, but then
here I'm not quite sure what
exactly, because the problem is that your knight on g4 is very nicely positioned, but there is no more pressure on the e4 pawn, and basically that's the only weakness of White. And this knight on g4 is not really doing much in the future, so I don't really believe. But it seems like h4 caught Maxim little bit off guard.
Yeah, it's the most natural move in a way, but probably the computer lines and the theoretical discussion was on these bishop e2, queen h3 lines. So Fabiano, so far so good, but Maxim has played a move. It does look like.
Yeah, it seemed like he played a move, but I
maybe
don't
he just
see
wrote down something on a score sheet, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Wesley So-style, he wrote down, don't panic, think about your moves wisely, stuff like that.
Or okay, let me check it after the game, yeah, and this h4, just kidding.
Note to self. Analyze. We see the score there. MVL actually has a plus score against Caruana. Won 4 games, lost 3 games. And I believe the Najdorf is mainly responsible for this. We just talked about it. We can recall 2 MVL black victories in the Najdorf against Fabiano. So let's see if Fabiano manages to even the scores today. Shall we briefly look at the other games?
Yeah, definitely.
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, on 50%, will be very motivated to mix it up today against Georg Meyer. But easier said than done with black against a very solid Grandmaster, good theoretician. There we see the guys. No, I'm still not sure this really is Magnus Carlsen, but let's operate under that assumption. Magnus plays a Grunfeld. Not what you typically do when you're trying to play for a win, because there's so many forced lines. But they know each other. And
yes, exactly. I mean, it's a very difficult choice, very difficult to decide what to do against Georg, because against every opening he has a very solid repertoire and he knows them perfectly. So maybe the idea of the Grunfeld was exactly to spring a surprise, because that's definitely something that Georg could not really expect before the game. And I also don't really recall what used to be Georg's main reaction to the Grunfeld. Do you know?
I'm also not sure. I haven't seen many Grunfeld games of his. I would guess that he's played some knight of 3 g3, at least. That would be very much in his style.
But I have myself played a Grunfeld against him in 2013 Dortmund tournament. I also surprised him with the Grunfeld. He was playing 4th move queen b3, and in the same tournament also against Arkady he already won a game in the first round or earlier rounds. But I had my own idea, and I was sticking to it. Yeah, this bishop e6 stuff. So yeah, this
Hungarian secrets.
This used to
for many years.
And this used to be his main line. Otherwise, I would think that he's a g3 kind of Grunfeld player. But
the thing is, if you want to go g3, he's done that. That's why I'm bringing it up. He's played g3 here. But typically, you don't do it once you're already committed to knight c3, right? Like g3 guys, we like to go g3 here, or knight of 3, bishop g7.
But
g3.
then you already commit yourself for the King's Indian, and he was not sure that Grunfeld is to be expected. I think he thought that Magnus maybe in this so-called must-win situation will maybe play the King's Indian, but now that he shuffled with d5, knight f3, bishop g7, g3, this surprises me because it gives black the chance to take dc,
Right.
and it's a very playable option. Usually, if white wants to be totally safe, he should take cd, knight d5, g3, and that's
Yeah, but with the knight already on, of course, it's a different theoretical line. With the knight already on c3.
this
Even
is very
here, that's-
drawish. No, this is very drawish, but black has to basically decide to play the so-called best line with knight takes c3 and then c5, knight c6, which might lead to
I played
total
b6 here,
liquidation.
ambitious me. Which I'm not sure is a great move, but at least it leads to some sort of game, you know? Because
Exactly.
takes on c5 is very drawish, as you mentioned.
This is very drawish, so otherwise then you have the chance to go for the knight b6, knight c6 line, which is not
Also very drawish.
also very drawish, but not exactly what people are doing now against the g3.
This is what
G3 Grenke.
Magnus won with black against Van Vele in, I believe,
Vaikanze, yeah.
but it's also not supposed to be a real winning attempt. Anyway, enough theory nerding. G3 d takes c4 has been played, and knowing Georg, he's had a look at this. He didn't make this up over the board.
You think so? I mean, he's doesn't look that confident. I mean,
But
he's
why would you play g3 if you don't know this? You can always take and go e4 and bishop b5 check or whatever.
okay, but maybe he's also not playing for a draw. He wants to have a game, but with a solid structure.
Okay. Takes and queen a4 check. And knight ft7 might look like a very goofy move, but it's actually a very typical
Yeah, that's the
Grunfeldian
point.
idea.
Yeah.
You free this bishop, you put this knight on b6, the other knight on c6. It's a bit awkward for white.
Yeah, I used to be a Grunfeld player all my life till I was 22 years old. And I had a game in the year 2000, Vaikanze against Nikolic. And that was exactly, I was given the chance to take DC, and after queen a4 check, I went knight fd7. And I remember I was already thinking about that. I took over the initiative, kind of. So I know that as a black player, you are actually quite happy about this. Definitely white has no problems whatsoever, but it's kind of something you really look forward to as black, because before the game you are worried that you never get a chance, but here you are basically presented with a playable position, and you can just play chess. What will happen later, we'll see.
Something like this, I would guess. I don't know, theory, maybe c5 is possible too, but it's... Looks like a better version of the normal lines which we described earlier, where after knight to d5, black goes knight b6 voluntarily, because white lost some time with the queen.
Yeah, and the white queen would never go to d3 from d1, yeah, certainly.
Okay, so far it seems like Magnus at least found an interesting way to make it a game early against Georg Meier. We should reserve further judgment. The tournament leader, Levon Aronian, decided to kind of go for the Catalan, but not really.
Yeah, I mean, Aronian is a master of all these c4, g3s, or d4, knight f3, g3s. He knows all these move orders, and he knows that against which opponent, which move order he should use, which one hurts the opponent the most. He's extremely flexible here, so...
I can explain, I believe, because in the Catalan, which let's say you go knight f3, knight f6, d4 here, knight pretty much exclusively takes bishop g2 and now either a6 or c5. Mainly a6, we've seen him do this against Blue Bomb, and he's an expert here, he's played this many years. But that means that if you delay d4, like Levon did, after knight f6, knight f3, most people in this position play bishop e7 if this is their repertoire. But you have to allow these classical lines, and this is not part of Knight's repertoire. Therefore, after knight f3, to be consistent with his repertoire, he more or less has to take on c4.
Exactly.
And now white has some extra options, like knight a3, queen a4 check, or the line Levon played, castles, leading to a slightly different play, and it seems like Levon was hoping to catch knight off guard here. Castles, I have to admit, I'm not that familiar with. Normally they play queen a4 check or knight a3.
Yes, but somehow I recall some game Grishchuk in Kiev from the Petrosyan Memorial 2014, and if I'm not mistaken, exactly this castle had happened, and I was surprised that why Inar Kiev, who is quite a good theoretician himself, was spending here some 25-30 minutes, just because probably after castle you kind of have to show again your direction. That's the so-called idea behind castle, and if you after queen a4 check have your setup, and you make something else now, then you very much want to still stay with your prepared setup against queen a4 check. But maybe it's not that easy.
I'm greedy. Can I keep the pawn? c6? I understand. It's never that simple. Probably you just...
You can. What? Queen c2, b5, maybe.
There's always these positional
All
pawn
kinds of
sacrifices, all
B3s.
kinds of b3s or a4 followed by b3. Actually, I wish I knew things. No, it's not this line. I'm trying to remember some details, but no, slightly different to what I.
Yeah,
do
I also
remember.
don't dare to mention something because it's very, very tricky.
Anyway, so let's pretend like this is all normal. Castles knight b7. Seems like a logical move. Stops queen a4 check, but black can't really keep his pawn after knight b7 because of queen c2, right?
But he's not really intending to, yeah?
Fair
He
enough.
wants to get this c5 set up.
It's knight a3.
And knight ac. Now we see a little difference between queen a4 check or queen c2, because white is not necessarily forced to capture with the queen on c4.
Take here, I'm guessing this is a theoretical position. Yeah, bishop d6 or a6.
Yeah, would
b6,
transpose to
whatever they do.
something, yeah. Something normal, but knight is the next option. And black played knight d5.
Alright, too complicated for me. I'm guessing white doesn't want anything particular, but these positions, either d4 or maybe some b3, it's typically slightly better for white if this bishop is not out yet, right?
Yeah, it's the typical Catalan, yeah. So I think knight d5 is quite principled, because maybe knight takes c4 he wants to meet by quick b5, bishop b7. But without finishing the development, it looks a bit shaky. So I would be surprised to see this happen so quickly.
A lot of subtleties being exchanged here in the early moves.
But Arkady is some guy, if he thinks that knight d5 and then b5 is principled, then he doesn't really cares that this is slightly
Maybe b6 also.
I mean, risky also.
Well,
Yeah, maybe
bishop
b6,
out,
bishop
b6
b7. Yeah,
maybe
because
a little more.
b5 gives white the chance to come with a4 quite quickly. Knight e5. Okay, probably knight takes e5. No, or not. I don't want to take. takes bishop b7 and now some quick a4. a4, a6, and it feels like black's position is loose. Yeah.
Feels shaky.
Some queen,
I can't put my
some
finger on it,
queen,
but
but
I think b3, c4, queen f3.
on the other hand, if nothing happens, then black, here I have queen c7 tempo.
Black
then
can also be better if I keep making dumb moves.
But it's always very difficult to judge this. I don't believe that Arkady judged it in 2-3 minutes, so he really has to think now how to proceed.
Or he still knows, because it looks like knight d5 surprised Levon and Arkady.
No, he has
for
already
coffee.
taken knight takes c4.
Okay.
Has already taken knight c4. Okay, you can also just play bishop e7 first and say that I anyway have to play knight d5 in these positions in order to play b6 or b5 later, so I didn't do anything stupid.
We'll find out. Let's go to territory that I think will look more familiar to both of us.
It's the Rogozin.
You're a bit of a Rogozin expert, aren't you?
Definitely, especially because I was the one inventing this castles h6 bishop f5 plan last year against Dingley and in Danjo, which I think revolutionized the Rogozin, because this c takes d5, e d5, bishop g5 is the most ambitious, most principled way to play with white.
For years there's many lines of course, but the main discussions were always in these fields, and it seemed like white was getting something.
Yeah, or e3 and then c4. I mean, instead of d takes c5.
Yeah, c4 or g5.
Yeah, because I remember it was very hard to believe that black can play like this, and it was first introduced by Elyanov, I think, in one of the Grand Prix, and then it turned out that it really leads to some extremely rich, complicated middle game positions, and it was part of my repertoire with black. I played a couple of games against Topalov and Grishchuk, and I was quite happy with black. But nevertheless, there were already possession was out of control, way too much theory, and I was very, very happy to have worked out last year this h6 castles move order, which now everybody started to play.
Yeah. At first sight, bishop f5, which is the big idea. Looks like a mistake because of queen b3 as played in the game. But this plan, which I think you also...
It's really surprising, yeah, bishop takes is really surprising move.
bc and knight bd7, apparently. It's playable. Well, Grishuk won a game recently. How did that go? He went,
with BC.
He went bc, knight bd7.
Yeah, this was also my game with Dingley then. He played bishop e2. It's still the same, c5. And here is the critical moment, because in that game, it was the first game white castled. And basically I shocked Dingley then by playing c5, c4. It's a pawn sacrifice. And that's the whole point behind this a6 short castle, bishop f5 move order. Without this c4 move, this would not be good. And after
So
queen takes b7, I just go queen b6. It's a positional pawn sacrifice takes, a b6, and this position, I think it's very dangerous for white. In fact, white has to watch out. There even had been a couple of games for this position, but this is not critical. So the critical move, I already knew that before the game against Dingley, and that white has to play the so-called not ambitious move, d takes c5, because it really feels like it solves all black's problems immediately, but it's not that simple. And it was the move that Grishuk played against Elyanovna in Sharjah Grand Prix. So that game play continued knight takes c5, and the point of white's play is queen b4, because now black cannot play knight d3 check because of bishop takes d3, bishop takes d3, queen d4, and double attack on the bishop, and bishop takes f6 is coming, and then white is better. So that's basically the point. Nevertheless, after knight takes c5, queen b4,
Queen b6.
black has in the game some knight c4 happened, but it did not fully equalize. Grishuk kept some pressure and later on went on to win a good endgame. Black has many moves. I mean, just some b6. The question, of course, is when to include g5 in these positions, and what Matthias did with g5 immediately is a very principled move. Why not to do it right away? So bishop g3, knight takes c5.
And now we have a check, maybe, no?
Now you already have kind of a check. Yeah, that's the that's the difference.
This bishop looks unpleasant to deal with.
Okay, it's not the end of the world, because you also weakened already with h6, g5. If you manage to go some queen d4 and h2, h4, then black is also asked some questions. I'm even not sure if knight d3 check is really what black wants. At least it's a double-edged question. You can also go knight fe4. It looks also quite tempting and natural.
By the way, Hu Yifan, not typically a 1d4 player, right? She's
yes,
playing
she's
more
not.
e4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's a clear e4 player. We have also seen here so far that she had played e4 against Caruana and also against Magnus Carlsen. But the point is that she herself plays the Ragozin with black, and probably she spotted that Bluebaum is playing the Ragozin, and then she decided that since this line is not entirely clear, how to deal with black. And in fact, then already let me mention that I had a game myself against Hu Yifan last year in Danzhou, and I played this principal line with c takes d5, e d5, bishop g5 against her. And since I played against Dingley in the last round, in the 9th round, and against Hu Yifan I played in the 3rd round, so she didn't know yet my plan, and she played the line that we discussed, this h6, bishop h4, c5, e3, c4. So we had this big theoretical debate, but since I'm also an expert from the black side of this position, I felt like I have enough knowledge to test black in couple of places, and I managed to surprise her, and I got a really promising position. But what a big fighter she is, I experienced there, because she survived the game, which I did not believe that anybody would survive already against me. So I know that she's a real big fighter.
It does look like Matthias was the first to surprise in the opening, though Hou Yifan is taking her time after the g5, knight takes c5 idea.
Yes, the point is that after d takes c5, this g5 is kind of new, and it's not shown by computers. That's actually the point, because computer thinks that knight takes c5 and it's okay for black, but this g5 does exist. I mean, I don't want to reveal my analysis, but I do know that g5 deserves serious attention.
Queen b5 has been played, just stopping this knight d3 check. And
But
once
it
again,
steps into some tempo on c3.
it seems like, yeah.
I mean, knight fe4 also, now knight c4.
Leave this pawn hanging. Or the other knight to threaten it immediately, you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, no, g5 is really interesting. But it seems it caught Hou Yifan off guard.
Yeah, for sure.
Because she spent time and... But this case, I don't think she will have any chance of putting pressure. Because this position requires so precise play. It's very difficult to play it over the board. I mean, queen b5, yeah, clearly that you are bothered by knight d3 check, but it's not clear if knight d3 is exactly what black wants.
Now the question is, what did Hou Yifan just drink? What do you guys think it was? It's just water? Tea? Orange juice, Carlson style?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I don't know.
We'll ask her. Alright, so queen b5, not the critical move, probably at the very least, which would mean Matthias Bluebaum, who's had a rough tournament so far, started with a draw against a world champion, then lost 3 in a row, is in business today. We'll find out. Magnus Carlsen castled, and after Georg Mayer taking a lot of time, which means, yeah, this is not exactly what he had sketched out for today's game.
I think he's also a little bit kicking himself, because this is really not the position without any knowledge you want to get, and it also gives very easy play for black. I mean, basically black already solved his problem, and it's a very playable position. That's exactly what black is dreaming of.
White has to wonder, what do I do? Like, this pawn is under attack, you don't want to go e3 because it allows bishop f5 and e5 and all kinds of nasty.
It's already almost the question how to equalize with white.
Absolutely. And bishop e3 is also a very ugly move once again, bishop f5, and you're like 8 tempi down compared to normal theoretical lines, maybe even some knight c4 is coming, or e5 once again.
And also, if we look at the camera, I mean, the way Magnus sits over the board, it really indicates that he is very happy and he's very comfortable with the position.
Well, he likes to lean back, literally.
Yes, he likes, but okay, I mean, with black it almost looks like his body language signaling, what have you done? I mean, I'm already so comfortable, and I also understand that I disbalanced you, so kind of a very nice situation. And Georg had a very rough game yesterday. A real drama against Arkady, and after such a long and difficult game, this is not something you are really hoping for, that you are out of book. It's not clear what to do, and even if you would be prepared, you would never enter this position. But I don't know, this really feels unpleasant already.
You're also playing against arguably the greatest player of all time, where you wanna be at least on more familiar ground to have a fighting chance. Well, things have gone wrong, and it's curious why Georg decided on this g3 move if he wasn't familiar with the nuances, because it's not the main line and he knows that much.
I think he just mixed it up, because
finger filler. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I was mentioning that probably he wanted to do cd knight d5 g3, because g3 here, this just doesn't make any sense.
To be good, yeah. So it's odd. We'll find out. But for now, Magnus Carlsen got what he wanted. What are these theory nerds doing? They stopped blitzing out? What's going on here?
Yeah, so it's quite shocking that this most natural of h4 is kind of probably a novelty.
But he's played d5.
d5,
apparently.
yeah, it's the critical move. e5, I guess, will be blitzed out.
e5,
Yeah,
knight to e4. Okay, maybe we're just some moves behind, and they did blitz a bit more. e5.
And rook h3. Wow, this is.
I've seen. This move exists in these old bishop e3 lines. You often get some rook
Yeah,
h3.
but there it's very natural. But here rook h3 is really quite shocking, because when the black knight enters to e4, hitting on the c3 knight and on the f2 bishop, you don't really consider this move as an alternative. Yeah, basically it almost looked like that if you play h4, d5, e5, knight e4, like it happened, if you don't have a good reaction to it, then you should just not play h4. Yeah, that was the point that black was kind of threatening with this d6 d5 break, which explains why bishop g2 was the main move before. Yeah, stopping d5. But probably Maxim has done his homework here, and probably Fabiano as well, and he thought that there is nothing to catch anymore against a well prepared opponent in bishop g2, and they came up with this h4 d5 e5 knight e4 rook h3, because that's the whole point behind h4 rook h3. Pity that Rustam is not joining us today. Yeah, he could reveal all the
reveal all his secrets. What's up, Christian? Are you joining us? No. So after knight takes c3, they must have evaluated that this
should be slightly better. Yeah, this is now, it turned from a knight off to a French, and I guess their Fabiano score would not be 9 out of 27, you said? Like
yeah, the French I think is probably doing better.
Yeah, I guess he has probably 20 out of 27, because usually as a top player you really enjoy playing against the French. Knight off is a different cup of tea.
You mean the French opening?
Yeah.
Because some of the French play the knight off, and I get very confused.
Yes, no, I mean the French opening. It's, I mean, I also love to play against the French, so I know that this would be a dream scenario instead of a knight off to to transpose to a French, but I don't really expect this to happen.
So what else could black do? He could. Well, he doesn't have to do anything.
He doesn't have to. He could take on f2, but you also don't really want to release the tension like this. I mean, knight f2. Normally, it's nice to take the dark squared bishop, but somehow white seems to be in control of the position, and it's not obvious where the black king can go, because after h7 h6 committed, castling short looks quite suspicious, because white has all kinds of quick g5 and then g6 breaks and so on the king side, and long castle is out of question with the rook on h3 already, so anything might happen there.
Who knows, but in general, yeah.
Yeah, in general.
The only thing I know about the Sicilian is if you have to castle along with black in an open Sicilian, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, definitely. So I think it's quite obvious that black is trying to find some way to justify his position, because keeping the knight on e4, trying to force white to take on e4, releasing the tension, and then already you get the d5 square, you get so many extra options, and you get space, very, very importantly, and the bishop on b7 has a wonderful diagonal immediately. Now that the diagonal is still blocked, it's not doing that much, just helping, supporting the e4 knight.
So let's try some moves. What about b4?
With a clear intention, trying to disbalance the knight on c3, yeah? Trying to, okay, I guess a b4 looks forced. Bishop b4, and now where to put the knight, because... Or can I take knight e4, d4, queen b3 with some knight takes e6 ideas?
That's what I was thinking about, and I didn't know what
queen
was gonna
a5
happen.
tempo, okay, mate in one is threatening. So I can go c3 or, yeah, c3. But the bishop on b7 is hanging.
Oops.
Or that's part of your plan? I mean,
Let's
you
say
have
it's part
some,
of my plan.
but it doesn't work. I can just take on b7 and rook b8, I have queen takes a6. So this doesn't
that's unfortunate.
work. Yeah. Finally, some nice Sicilian. I mean, this is really, really nice to analyze. It's so sharp. There are so many ideas.
But yeah, my plan hasn't really worked.
Yeah,
C3
queen a5
is,
doesn't. Okay, you have
okay,
rook
I can
c8,
try this, but
I can still go king b1.
Feels shaky.
And
unless there's some magic here, it resigns.
yeah, it doesn't look like. I mean, all white's pieces are in the game, and black did not castle yet. Hard to imagine. So b4 ab, bishop b4 is possible, but after knight e4 d, queen b3, probably you just have to retreat the bishop to e7, and then the question is whether with rook c3 or knight takes c6 I can make immediate use, because if not, then you just go next move knight c5 and actually black can take over the initiative. So it's not like, yeah, at the moment it looks very nice for white, but just one move and it can turn. So maybe knight takes
It's not my
c6.
pieces. Let's give
Yeah,
them away.
and rook c3, maybe rook c3 intermediate now
Oh.
is very important, just to kick the queen away. Queen a5 is not possible, and then next queen takes c6 might be just devastating.
We have to go queen b8, queen e6.
It's designs, yeah. So basically, if you consider b4, this is the first thing you have to calculate, and when you spot this queen b3, then you might just feel that no, this doesn't feel right with a king on e8.
I do agree. Too early.
So b4 is too early. Rook c8 would be a move. Would be a natural move, in my opinion. It's quite typical. Also, it puts pressure on the c3 knight. I wonder how you're gonna react to it. It's not so easy because somehow knight takes e4, d4. Now that the queen side is still intact, I don't think white really wants to do that. Unless he knows that he can just maybe go queen e2, and then with bishop g2 he might just collect the pawn, and anyway castling short is still dangerous because of this g5, g6. So
Very double-edged.
it's possible. And actually that's the point. With rook h3 he has stepped out of e3. Yeah, because white couldn't take before on e4 with rook on h1. Because then the queen would be forced to go to e3, which is a really ugly square. So takes, queen e2, e3. And if you have to go queen e3, that's like losing probably 2 tempos, because maybe the knight comes to d5 with a tempo. Also, rook h3 will not come so natural. Yeah, no. So that's the point. After rook h3, white actually might consider already knight takes e4. Okay, this changes things, because if that's kind of something black has to worry about, then he might not feel the chance that he can just make any natural move, yeah, like rook c8. Yeah, very, very interesting.
We can see by the time use, of course, Fabiano prepared this. Maxime has been caught off guard, spent half an hour now. However, it has happened to him, I've seen quite a bit, that he gets quote-unquote out-prepared and he's the first to have a deep think, but normally he finds a way to make it a mess, and he's even been winning some of these games where he was out-prepared. The game against Anish is the one that comes to mind, because he feels these positions so well.
He feels so well, but this is a little bit different position. I turned into French structure. This is, if you are unprepared and you don't know exactly your move per move solution, then it's not such an easy thing to play as good as all those dynamic Najdorf things. And he has really done it not only against Anish, but last year against Fabiano in Dortmund. Because I think there also Fabiano surprised Maxim in some very sharp line. And it looked like white is in command, and in fact white was better, but finally in a very complicated game Maxim prevailed against Fabiano. So a very principled fight.
We'll see what he does. I'm also wondering, how bad is the bailout? Because if you get surprised, maybe you're not excited about this, but if you conclude it's playable, you might.
Yeah, if you conclude it's playable, but the problem is that if it's just slightly worse, it's already really unpleasant, and then as a Najdorf player, you just don't want to do that.
Right.
I mean, you just don't want to do that.
There might be direct problems as well, right here. This looks like a bit of an issue.
Yes, I mean, basically, you can't go knight c5 because of some tactics on b5. You can't castle. And the rook c8 is also not a move you want to make, because after the exchange there are some knight c6 moves which would hit the bishop on e7 immediately, and bishop c5 exchanging the dark square bishop is again not something you want to. It's like a dream French for white.
You must suffer. Even though sometimes, okay, maybe knight d4 wasn't it. Sometimes I find some counterplay here.
Yeah, sometimes, but this particular position doesn't feel like it gives that chance. So really tough moment for Maxim. He's thinking for already half an hour.
We'll see.
Because he really does not want to take knight takes c3. I mean, I don't know. He might try to come up with some dynamical idea, but b4 was the dynamic idea which did not. Or maybe b4 does exist, but after ab you can take first on f2. And queen f2, bishop takes b4, and then claim that we play this structure. Probably you can also do it with knight f2, queen f2, b4. It doesn't really matter. It's just transposition, and then how to evaluate this position. It doesn't seem like...
looks like the best we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, but the rook on h3 does a perfect job. It protects the third rank, and by keeping the knight on c3, white's king is quite safe. However, the question is long terms, that how to deal with this problem of where to put the king. Yeah, this is the crucial fact. And here Maxim definitely thinks, I think, that that it would be very nice to know move per move where does this lead, because you feel that this might be more or less the best, but you have to be sure that you can castle sooner or later, because if you just can't castle short, then I don't believe that you can play on the queen side before you really stabilize your king. You can still make some move like rook c8 or knight c5, but
this rook isn't playing and this one is, so you're rook down in the air.
Yeah, and in all the direct action, then some sacrifice will work for white. A question that can you go knight c5? That's kind of a question.
It's white to move.
Here white to move. Okay, I mean king b1 for example is very natural, because you don't know yet if g5 or f5 is working. This you take away and you kind of wait, but knight c5.
Knight a2.
Then knight e4.
Oh, knight e4.
Then knight e4. That's the point. And this looks double-edged. This looks double-edged. Another question: can white then play f5 instead of king b1? Just trying to use the momentum. Can I go f5?
This would be a nice move to blitz out too, like if you're still in book.
Yes, and then okay, please make your choice.
Move, sir.
Okay, maybe just knight c5 anyway. This knight in black should probably keep the structure. And okay, the e5 pawn in long terms is a weakness. So if black could stabilize now with some long castle king b8, then he might be perfectly fine. But everything is move per move. A lot of action coming up here.
A lot of problems to solve for MVL. There we see him calculating. I'm not a doctor, but his body language indicates... No, it actually just indicates that he's calculating. It doesn't look like he's sad or anything.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely he's a little bit pissed, because it's normal. If you are playing the knight off, you don't want to be out prepared like this. On the other hand, he might think that, why haven't I looked at this? Yeah, why this h4 was not, for example, popping up on my screen, and I don't know, it maybe because it wasn't that critical. Yeah, because usually if it's critical, then you take a look. So it's kind of some hidden deep preparation by Fabiano, and MVR has to understand whether this is maybe just a one game try, or this is maybe really a serious setup from white, and this you never know over the board. This is your problem there, that you cannot be sure that maybe this is objectively good, or maybe it's just bluffing, and actually black with very precise play gets a normal position, and we will never ever see h4 again. Very interesting to find out.
We'll find out. I'm pretty sure we'll never see this opening from Georg Mayer again. He played bishop f4.
It's actually a good move.
To bring the rook to defend the d4 pawn.
Yes. Because I remember you played bishop g2 automatically, and after knight c6 we failed to see a move, and after bishop f4, knight c6, rook d1, at least white seems to be on the way of the equalizing mode, as we said. Yeah, just to get
not convinced yet. Bishop f5.
No, I'm not convinced myself. But okay, queen d2. I mean, at least some kind of stability. Then queen c1 back, and then bishop g2 castles, but I might not get to it. Okay, bishop g2. I can live with this knight c2 check.
Really?
Yeah, knight c2 check, king f1, because now I think I have a good position. You lost way too much time with this. Another issue that you could win my exchange with bishop c2 instead of knight c2.
I got too excited about the check.
Yeah, you wanted to give me a check, and you could probably win my exchange. I'm not sure, because a3, bishop d1, ab, you have bishop b3. And I'm not sure how can I trap your pieces.
You can't. a5 next.
I can't, yeah. You know it already.
I feel it.
You feel it, yeah. That's nice. And knight e4, you play
a5.
knight c5.
I told you my plan. Yeah, I should have thought first.
Yeah. What do you feel now?
Now I feel some anxiety. Yeah.
I mean, the problem was knight e4. Maybe you can take bishop takes d4. Maybe that's very strong.
But I can do many things. I can also
Yeah,
go
you can
here
do many things.
and
Yeah. No, I mean, this was...
win.
Yeah.
Just a5.
No, suddenly you have this bishop c2. So hang on, just go back 1 second.
How do we do this? Because e4, bishop g4 just felt
That's
bad.
over basically. I mean, it looks very bad.
Queen d2 was jumping.
So hang on,
Can
knight
also jump
c6.
immediately,
Okay,
though.
knight c6, definitely rook d1 is kind of only move. That's the idea of bishop f4. Also, okay, otherwise bishop g2, you could have also played bishop g2 first, it doesn't matter.
I was thinking about long castles, but it's a bit too much.
Yeah, it feels too much. So, okay, rook d1, let's suppose rook d1 is the idea. Bishop f5. Can I maybe put my queen on b5, but this looks slightly artificial, but we have seen something like this, yeah, that the white queen on c5 looks exposed, but this remains a mirage.
It's not unheard of.
Yeah, and it happened, knight c6, rook d1. I think once in 96 Tilburg, Karpov hit me with the queen b3 Grünfeld with an idea with this queen c5, and that was a total shock for me, and he just crushed me in a brilliant game. I mean, it was unpleasant to play that game. On the other hand, I really felt like it was a very good lesson. I mean, Anatoly played a brilliant game there, and I did learn a lot from that game.
But don't you prefer learning from other people's losses?
I mean, it's better, but I think, okay, if you play against such a legendary player like Anatoly Karpov, then as a 16-year-old, no, I was 17, because it was Tilburg October and I'm born in September, so yeah, I was 17. I still felt like it was worth a loss, because seeing Anatoly play such a brilliant masterpiece, opening-wise, strategically in the middle game, and also his finish off was really remarkable. If somebody's interested, should take a look at this game, because it was a real masterpiece.
I vaguely recall it, but I don't think Georg Meyer is dreaming of creating a masterpiece currently. He's trying to get out of the opening in one piece.
That's clear. But this queen b5, yeah, actually I like this queen b5 because it gives me some stability. Another issue, that bishop f5, queen b5, maybe you have bishop g4 anyway. How do I deal with that?
Actually, I have more cruel intentions for you. I also have this move.
Knight b4 first, yeah.
I didn't calculate, but this check feels unpleasant to me.
Yeah, and then knight takes d4, it's game over, yeah, kind of. Okay, maybe not game over. Can I take on d4? But it feels...
Come on.
Ah, no, it's a queen d5 and even f2 is hanging. No, this is... No, but queen f2, I trap your queen with knight e4. But of course, it feels that this is completely wrong. Yeah, you have f6 square. I mean, you have... Yeah.
Back.
No, okay, this... Okay, it's clear that this doesn't work for... For white. So after knight b4, I'm forced to go what? I mean, queen b1, bishop f5, I don't trust it. Or maybe I can now e4, bishop g4, bishop e2. Now that you place your knight on b4, can I do that?
Maybe.
I don't know, feels very bad. Maybe you can just take on d4, yeah. Okay, knight b5, c5. And all kinds of queen sacrifices are hanging there. Yeah, bishop e5, you can just take bishop e5 if you want.
Levon would already take.
Yeah, but you can also go knight
c6.
c6. Yeah, no, this is... Yeah, so hang on. Knight b4 immediately.
That's why Magnus spending time. He has a bunch of interesting moves now. Bishop f5, knight b4.
Yes. No,
Yeah,
knight
bishop
b4
g4.
is very, very nice because it stops this queen b5 idea. And bishop f5, queen b5, that was the first moment when I felt kind of some stability for white. Nevertheless, this bishop g4 was still an issue. I was not sure how to react to it because I might just lose a pawn. Yeah. Yeah, just take on f3 and take knight d4 tempo. I mean, this looks over basically.
Yeah.
I mean, just a free pawn. So, but this maybe just means that after bishop f5, anyway, he also wants knight, queen d2, because after knight b4, maybe I also have to go queen d2. So maybe let's just go back to that line for a second. Okay, from the knight b4 order. Let's do it from knight b4 order. Queen d2, and then you jump on me, yeah, with knight c4.
Well, I can also start with this. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
bishop
what's
f4.
better.
But here I can do e4. This is maybe now my advantage, and bishop e2. Can I?
Still grab.
You can still grab. Yeah, no, this. No, this is just.
Never pleasant.
Okay, I have knight b5 maybe, but all this feels really, really ugly. I mean, even if it suddenly this line might work, but this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, well, this might hold somehow.
Yeah. Okay, you could have also taken with the queen on d4, but you have such a big choice. This is just not what. This cannot be white's plan. So queen d2, bishop f5. Or knight, yeah, bishop f5. Okay, bishop g2 is natural, and then this knight c4, queen c1, bishop c2 is really a very important line. That if it works, can you just go there? Because I'm not sure if it works. Can I go queen c1, bishop c2, maybe b3?
b3.
Okay, very artificial. Takes b takes c4. I mean, it feels wrong. Some knight c2 check, king d1, knight d4, but okay, this I can live with. Yeah, two pieces.
You keep two pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I have king e1. I think I should live with this.
Even this looks bad, but yeah, you have some material.
Yeah, I mean, because I cannot castle, but okay, I can take on d4, go bishop d2 back, then e3, king e2. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
It's true.
So
But hang on, I can't do better. Here, after bc4, so many options. If I go here,
then a3,
takes.
knight b5. You're gonna mate me, yeah? I mean, it feels like there should be some mate.
I don't know, but yeah, it does look dangerous. And b5.
However, hang on, I can just castle, just to make it safe.
Here?
Yeah, castles. Bishop takes is the AB,
Oh,
and maybe I'm winning back the piece anyway.
that'd be a pity. But yeah, this is fine.
And
Now white is better.
Yeah, now white is better. So, because that would be the logical way. If I would be able to go queen d2 and queen c1, and I can deal with this bishop c2, then the position is kind of normal. But I mean, it looks so risky and so dangerous. But okay.
Well, I can do something like this if nothing better occurs to me. When black is at least fine, but maybe not.
Black is fine, but this is already a playable position white. I have some h3 and then e4 and king g1, king h2. Then all my pieces are also perfectly. I mean, I will solve this issue with my king, and then I have all the reasons to be quite happy.
If I start with this.
Bishop c2. Oof. Oof. This hurts.
Politely asking you to give me your queen.
This hurts.
You can go rook a1, but how happy are you?
I can go rook a1. Okay. I mean, those pieces, if they don't win immediately, then they are also a little bit committal. You might but you can go back bishop f5 now.
even then castles.
Yeah, knight c2 and then
E4,
e4.
I
Yeah,
thought.
yeah, that's something black should watch out for.
So we still haven't found a win for black. Even though, well, a win is maybe too much, but advantage, let's say. It feels like there should be a way.
Yeah, it feels like it's the critical moment. I mean, after
Magnus
all,
played bishop f5.
bishop f5. After all, also, why should white really be in trouble? I mean, okay, yes,
He's lost 3 tempi with the queen.
Yes, I understand. 5 GC was not a successful move. It was very unfortunate, but nevertheless a part of that. And his knight is committed to c3. This is one of the biggest problems, because if with knight on b1 instead of knight on b1, the bishop would be on g2, then the whole queen a4 check stuff.
It's a theoretical line. It's still not great, but it exists.
Yes. This was my game with Nikolic. Bishop g2, d takes c4, queen a4 check, knight d7, castles, queen c4, and then knight b6. And this is kind of a normal line, considered harmless, but more or less equal.
Black is not better. Queen d3,
yeah, exactly. Here white is just very, very solid. But anyway, playable line for black. However, with the knight on c3 committed and the bishop not yet on g2, that's why we are so excited, yeah, about black's chances, because white was forced kind of to play bishop f4 in order to trying to solve his problem with the d4 pawn.
Yeah, we can't make the normal moves with white anymore. Some things
gone wrong, yeah, exactly.
Still, now it's time to calculate and for white to find a way to survive.
Really a lot to calculate, because for us it was very easy to move pieces, but all the lines we have seen illustrated very well that it's a very thin rope. Yeah, just one mistake and it can all be over. At the same time, if there is no way to punish, then white can also finally stabilize. So the next moves will be quite decisive here.
Because the thing is, black's initiative is purely based on piece play. If white manages to get his king out of the way, he's actually better, and the structure is better. And d4 controls the center. So you have to play one move at a time.
Maybe let's move to Maxim's position.
All right. Oh, but he made a move.
He made a move. He went queen d2, yeah? He went queen d2.
Not a fan of queen b5.
Yeah, because queen b5, bishop g4 was really unpleasant.
Awkward, yeah.
Yeah, so queen d2 is kind of forced.
Magnus is thinking, do I jump or do I jump? Or do I play queen d7, rook f8? Many options. Not sure. I like queen d7, rook f8, but yes.
He has a pleasant choice, yeah, definitely. He has to make sure, however, that all those direct lines, he calculates them precisely and finds a way. Because if he feels that it's not the way, then yeah, it's something like some normal moves are coming to mind. But then white has passed the worst, yeah?
I'm not sure. Even this could be asking questions. Like, let's say here, rook f8. I guess you're in time to castle.
Yeah, this is solid, because also c7 is hanging kind of, and I still have stability.
That's true.
Okay, here white is out of danger.
All right, we'll let Mr. Carlson think a bit, see what Mr. MVL has produced. The answer is he's gone for what you expected.
Yeah, because it really felt like the only reasonable way to handle the position. And now Fabiano is already thinking for 11 minutes. So it's not like he knows that here how you have to play.
I haven't analyzed everything until the end.
I mean, I think this is beautiful in chess, that it's just impossible. And of course, all the great players are very, very well prepared. It's clear, but basically in today's chess, the good preparation, you want to ensure that you get a playable game and come up with some interesting ideas. As a top player, you always feel obliged kind of to set the trends and to come up with new ideas which then the other players will follow. This was always also my case. I always felt when playing the elite tournaments that I really want to come up with interesting ideas in the openings, because this is just what you have to do as a top player. So, but on the other hand, you can never be analyzing everything. Yeah, so maybe he considered this is already a playable position, and okay, let's play. Rustam yesterday joined us, and he also explained that he's quite happy when he sees his boy play chess, because he knows very well that he's capable of producing some brilliant chess.
Speaking of this, producing new ideas in the opening, who are the guys nowadays that you think are producing the most ideas? Like in your generation, it's clear, it was Kramnik, you, Kasparov, everybody produced a lot of ideas.
Topalov,
Nowadays,
kind of.
who are you watching?
Well, basically, I'm watching everybody.
Sure,
That's how chess is. Okay, Fabiano is clearly very interesting for me because he's playing e4 and he's playing almost everywhere kind of my openings as well, so we have very similar repertoire. I also know how time consuming and energy consuming is just to keep up such a repertoire where against every opening, against every line you want to be ambitious, and that's why you need seconds, because alone it's just impossible to work everything out. So definitely I'm following Fabiano a lot. Anish Giri, I think, is extremely good in openings. He's also very flexible. He plays all kinds of stuff. So I have to say that I'm not happy at all that he scored like the drawish player, because to me as a top player, it's very interesting to follow Anish's games. He always comes up with interesting ideas, so I'm really looking forward to every Anish game. People might joke about this, that of course, because Anish has kind of taken over my place in the elite tournaments by producing ideas but drawing many games. I really hope that Anish will come through this difficult period, because I know that when suddenly people start only to talk about this, that Leko is only drawing, like now Anish is only drawing, this really affects you. You really feel like you have to prove to the whole world that no, you are fighting, you want to do this, that. In fact, I think that Anish has switched with black almost exclusively to Naidov the last 1 year, and that's when all these so-called drawish streaks had happened. So it has nothing to do with he's ambitious. He's ambitious, he wants to play good chess, but somehow maybe he's converting the positions, his good positions, this is what he really has to masterize. And another thing is, once you have many draws, you always have extra pressure when you have a better position, because you really feel like, now it's the moment you have to win, because if you will fail to win, then everybody will start making jokes about you again. So really extra pressure. I feel for Anish in this sense, because I know exactly how difficult it is to handle this situation.
Yeah, no, I've talked a lot about this. I'm a big Anish fan, and I believe nowadays it's even worse than maybe during your times, because social media is so much more powerful. Like, I'm sure there's 100 Twitter jokes about Leko and Giri. Leko says Giri is my boy, and even though Anish, I believe he's tough mentally and he says he's not affected, you can't help but realize these things, and then you feel you have to prove it to the world, and it slightly changes how he plays. And I feel like that's maybe a reason why. Of course, he's still up there, but he's lost a bit of rating. He's fallen from 2.8 to 2.770. That
I'm pretty sure that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he will come back. This is just temporary, and I perfectly agree with you, because he had a very good candidate tournament 2016 in Moscow. I think just by judging the quality of his games, it looked like he was maybe playing one of the best chess there. However, it ended up with 14 draws with a lot of jokes, and then in the next Stavanger tournament he started playing bishop g5 Naidov with white, Naidov with black, and everything. I mean, he really wanted to prove the world that yes, I'm going after blood.
It didn't go well. He scored -1 or -2,
and it didn't go exactly. I felt like he just really wanted to prove something to the world, and I think when he finally comes down and will play chess again for himself, then the result will come automatically again.
Yeah. He also just had a kid, so he probably didn't get as much sleep and as much Naidov time as usual. He will be back, but I'm sure he's thrilled to hear our support. How did we start talking about Anish? I was good theoreticians in
but
our
good
day and age.
theoreticians, yeah. So there are plenty, and actually we should still mention that Kramnik and Ananda are still
They're
there.
still
I
out
think, it's just that Kramnik is usually was not participating in the E4 debate so much. So he had been masterizing his black repertoire to perfection, and he came up with many very precise equalizing lines, for example, which people don't appreciate that much, but in fact you know exactly as a top player that those lines cause you a lot of headache in the future, and basically closing up some of your repertoires. So chess-wise, it is a real contribution. But lately also Vladimir started to experiment again with e4, and I would not even call experiment because he was almost winning all his games with e4, coming up with some brilliant ideas.
Putting some pressure. And in general, it feels like he's stopped trying to solve every line, but instead focus more on finding ideas everywhere. Knight f3, g3, d4, knight f3, e3, d4, bishop f4, 1 e4. He's playing all kinds of things, and he keeps putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah, but by knowing Vladimir very well, I know also that all those things are worked out quite to some perfection. So it just not just he is doing something, but in e4, in knight f3, in d4, in c4, basically in everything he is armed. He is just incredibly strong. I think he is the one who has this incredible feeling for openings, and finds everywhere the maximum for white, and also the best ways to have a very stable, perfect repertoire as black.
No, I've asked him about it. He said he's still working as much as he always has. It's just that nowadays he feels with white you have to be more flexible, and sometimes you have to play some nonsense line in order to get some playable game.
Yes, and coming back also to Wesley So, because I think Wesley has also shown in the last 1.5 years that he really improved in the openings. He became also much more solid. Before he was sometimes way too aggressive with white. Now he already has a very solid repertoire with white. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's very well prepared, and also with black he's very well prepared. So I know that he has played just like 3 of my own ideas as well, which I had intended to play. And he was the one to...
Which ones? Give us a full list.
Okay, I mean, one of the lines that I considered with white interesting was this rook fb1 in the Catalan, which he played against Hikaru Nakamura in the Singfield Cup, if I'm right. This was one. Then in the Italian, he played this very important knight h7 in this h6 g5 bishop g3 line, beating Topalov in London Chess Classic. In fact, I already had a game against Fan Forest just a few months back in the Isle of Man tournament, but since I haven't been playing much chess, lately I over the board just forgot, and I first went king g7 and then knight h7, losing a tempo, and I realized over the board what I have done once I played king g7, and I was really very, very upset with myself. So I knew exactly that this knight h7 is very, very strong. Since then many players have picked it up, and it looks like black has solved all their problems. In fact,
I've also known this for a while. Like many of us were upset when Wesley played it.
Yeah, definitely. And there is also now in the US Championship, he has played a game against, I don't know how to pronounce this new prodigy in United States,
Jeffrey Jong.
Jeffrey Jong. Yeah, and there was this Catalan game where Wesley So got incredible praise afterwards for this brilliant knight takes f2 move in the Catalan. Well, I knew exactly that I had looked at this move in 2010 already, 7 years back, and I just thought that okay, white cannot play like this because of knight takes f2. I was not even eager to find out whether this is a win or not. I just knew that with white it's not playable, and with black you can enter that position. So sometimes it's also like this, that when everything goes your way, then you are also given the chance of somehow everything works your way. And then some period is coming when you are the same player, but somehow your openings are the same, but still you don't get the chance of showing it. It kind of also shows that Wesley really has the momentum going now. He's playing brilliant chess, but also with opening wise, he's somehow quite lucky in a sense that he gets his work to the board, and that's what people are most annoyed by, that usually you don't get to show 95% of your work.
That's what Rustam also mentioned yesterday, but it goes for everybody who works a lot, of course.
Exactly.
A lot of stuff is hidden in files, or sometimes must happen to you all the time. Somebody plays something and you look at your file, but I had this in 2005 or something, and it
Yes,
doesn't
it
appear.
happened to me in Tilburg in 97 when I played against Lothier, some extremely sharp position in the Grünfeld, Queen B3 line. Against the A6 Hungarian system, he came up with this H4, H5 line, and it was ultra sharp. And then after the game, Kasparov came up to me and he said that, I analyzed this already 20 years before. And I was like shocked. Wow, I mean, how old were you, Gary, at that time? But it's really clear that the top players always are way ahead of theory.
Right. Speaking of, no, this is a bad segue, but let's go back to the Magnus Carlsen game, because a lot of things have happened. After Queen D2, Bishop G4 was played, Bishop G2, and Magnus decided to go for this very direct line, grabbing the pawn. White has to take on B7. If he doesn't, he's just a pawn down. And knight to C4 is his point.
A typical Grünfeld position, yeah?
Dream Grünfeld position. King still in the center, jumping around.
Okay, but you also given up your light red bishop, so you really want to punish immediately, and that's Grünfeld about the counterplay.
Queen D3, knight B2 is an issue.
Yeah, and Queen C1, Rook B8.
Queen C1, Rook B8 will probably happen.
And now how to deal with this?
Maybe you can't.
But you have to, in some way. I don't know. It looks.
What to do? Let's say here you take, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Rook D2, and then I will come up with some dynamic idea, some brilliancy.
Show us the brilliancy. Knight A4.
Show us the brilliancy. I mean, knight A4 is not a bad start. In fact, it's not even.
It's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it's not necessarily brilliant, but just very strong and simple.
Looks strong, because, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's over.
Danger on this long diagonal. No.
Okay, I have to take bishop f7, but this already feels horrible. Knight takes a4.
Something will happen.
Okay, if I'm not losing immediately, I'm kind of good, but very hard to imagine
Probably
that.
losing immediately.
Okay, maybe.
But how?
I mean, how on earth can I survive this? I understand, but it's strangely enough, I don't see the kill yet. But I would not be surprised if comps would be blinking already.
Must be there. Rook B4 maybe.
Okay, but it doesn't scare me that much. Knight C3, wanna go Rook C4 just, yeah?
I want to scare you.
that would be the end
Knight
of the
C5,
story.
Queen D5, I was thinking.
Yeah, then maybe Rook B4 just is very strong.
Because it feels like there is something.
Yeah, there has to be. Yeah. I mean, this just cannot be. I mean, Knight C3, Rook C4 looks really bad.
Winning by pinning.
Yeah, this one is over. Yeah, so this Rook B8 had been played. Yeah,
No surprise.
as expected.
Meyer is sitting there looking for a way to stay in the game. This guy does not look like Magnus at all. Also the hair situation, like it's all over the place. Have you watched the movie The Talented Mr. Ripley?
Definitely. Okay, I think everybody has. Yeah, it was a brilliant movie.
Yeah. This is Matt Damon, like in the stage after he took over. What's the guy's name? Dickie's identity.
Yeah, I mean,
just
Jude
optically.
Law,
I'm not.
yeah, because
but I'm saying he's Matt Damon. He's no longer Jude Law. This is Matt Damon pretending to be Jude Law.
I understand your point, but somehow it's not my style to judge all these things. I'm not feeling that comfortable. I mean, you are the expert in all these things.
I'm not sure there's any expertise to be acquired, and I might be joking. It might still be the real Magnus.
Yeah, I like judging chess players by their moves, not by their looks. And
I'm not judging. I'm just
yeah,
saying
no,
it
of
doesn't
course,
look like
yeah,
him.
no,
I'm
but
just
you are
saying, you look at the
speculating.
camera. Have we seen you? Are you anywhere? Can you prove that you are not sitting at the board right now? We'll ask Henrik. He should recognize his son.
Oh, I think this is Magnus.
You think so?
Yeah, it looks like Magnus after all.
And it looks like Magnus might win his first game today.
Yeah, at the moment it looks very good for him. I mean, it's just a catastrophe how the opening went for Georg.
Yeah, this is very strange because normally Georg, these things don't happen to him. He's very, very well aware of move orders and subtleties and so on.
Yeah.
Just as Grunfeld must have caught him off guard and he reacted badly.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I don't know how he wanna stay in the game at all. I mean, this knight takes b2 winning a pawn with tempo, and then you can jump back, and there are no pins, and there is no stability for white.
Because here then the problem is you just do this and.
And it's a pawn, and all the knights are still extremely strong. Yeah. Black has all kinds of. Okay, this gives the exchange. Sorry.
Sorry, I blundered things. Yes. I want to lose all the pieces.
No, I mean you can go e5, yeah, and then this bishop has no good square.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't know. This is just terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop g5. Maybe I have to win.
Feels like there must be something cleaner than this.
Yeah, no, okay, but I mean, probably we should just move on because it even feels pity for white to analyze this position. Now
you think it's just Magnus will find a way?
It just looks very bad, and okay, let them settle this, and we will come back shortly.
Fair enough. Mr. Caruana has played your move once again, f5.
Okay, it's the principled move, yeah.
And we briefly mentioned knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5 is the move that gives stability. Knight c5 is the move you really want to play, but over the board you have to make sure that it's definitely possible. Okay, what? I don't see any tactics now because they had one mate, so those,
just
yeah.
For giggles, queen e5 is fine too, but this is quite effective.
Yeah, just mate. That's why all those king b1s always make sense in these positions, because at the moment there is no threat, but whenever action starts, it will turn out that the king should be on b1. So f5 knight c5. To be honest, I don't see exactly how, because f takes c6 would help black.
Right.
Then suddenly rook f8 contraplay, then also white has lost a lot of its potential with the space advantage. I mean, in general, when f5 does not break through, then you really would like to go g5, g6 as well. But at the moment, you cannot really open up the h5 because the h3 rook is needed to guard the c3 knight. In this sense, then maybe a move like rook h3 somewhere is maybe a move, but it's a big loss of a tempo. I somehow don't feel that white has this luxury to.
If we just play your always useful move, king b1, what is black doing?
Yes, but then the question appears whether this f5 knight c5 was good to include or not.
Who knows, but it still feels too risky to castle somehow.
Yeah, to short, yes, but if I go long castle...
Whoa.
I mean, okay, this knight a2 is very natural, then knight e4. I still have knight e4, but then e6 is loose, yeah? Okay, let's check it. Knight a2, knight e4.
Actually, he just took on e5, so maybe we should jump to that.
Yeah, then we should jump to that. This was just very complicated.
Yeah. What's going on here? fe6? That's my thinking position.
Yeah, f6 and then maybe short castle.
Oh, that's his point.
Maybe that's his point.
Now it feels very Najdorfy again.
Yeah, it's Najdorfy, exactly. There is no French anymore.
No.
And then g5. This will be a real natural Najdorf play. g5. fe6, and now to put the queen on g2 maybe. However, knight takes e6 is still always met by queen a5 somewhere, yeah? I don't know, but it's just all razor sharp, yeah?
That's for sure. That's why I like to play e4, e5. Like, at least your king is normally safe.
Yeah, but exactly that's the reason why MVL likes to play the knight off.
Yeah.
Because he's hoping to get such positions, and usually he's extremely good in this chaos.
He's a great calculator. So.
Yeah,
of course, so is Fabiano. Those are.
Yeah, but it's not just calculation, because this knight off also requires the intuition and all this together, and basically that's the point that why not everybody can play the knight off. Yeah, and usually they say that if you haven't started playing knight off in your early years, then it's quite difficult to pick it up, because your king is always in danger, and it's very difficult to feel that dynamic that when you will mate first or your opponent will mate first. That's kind of one of the biggest problems. In an e4, e5 game, you somehow always have stability, you know your plans, and your king is more or less almost always safe. Here in knight off, almost every second game, it's about who is mating whom first.
And it's not just picking up the knight off, but for guys like me or at a much higher level, Levon, for example, it's much harder to learn one e4 when you're older, because it's very hard to get comfortable with these knight off positions or all kinds of open Sicilians from the white side. So I think it's much easier for guys who used to be e4 players exclusively to include d4 or closed openings in their repertoire than the other way around, because these open Sicilians, if you haven't played them as a kid, it's so hard to get a feel for them, I feel.
Yeah, that could be easily the case.
So even Kramnik, when he, like 10 years or maybe it's 15 years ago, he started playing more 1e4, he struggled a bit against Topalov. He got mated a lot on these knight offs, right?
Yeah, no, but that can happen to anyone.
Of course,
basically. Yeah. He was just out-prepared there in one line. It's basically knight off is the opening you never have enough time to spend on, because it doesn't matter if you worked on it 1 month, you should work 1 more month, and if you worked half year, you should work 1 more half year on it. It's non-stop changing. There are so many ideas, and there are also so many new games, because almost all the world is playing the knight off now already. Not only the top players are working with engines, also the usual normal grandmasters are also contributing a lot. There are so many computer games, which actually I just hate. I mean, I just hate the computer games, because I feel like chess is anyway already in a difficult situation, that the theory is developing way too fast. And then when in sharp lines suddenly you have, like, I don't know, 5,000 new computer games, it really irritates me.
I love it. So much more information. I don't even look at human games anymore. I just look at computer games.
Yeah, well,
no,
actually,
I hear your point.
it does help the lazy guys. Actually, that's the other problem, you know, because otherwise, I know very well that many of my preparation from the years 2000s, I mean mid 2000s, were very deep preparations. Back then, the engines were not showing it, and how much effort I was putting to it. And now you just open the new engines on supercomputers, and it's their first lines.
Of course.
And all the world knows everything, but I have put hundreds of hours in, and I was really fighting against the engine back then to convince them that no, actually you don't agree, but I do feel that that's the direction, kind of. So if you really want to piss me off, then you just give me some more new computer games, and then I'm going just crazy.
Sorry. You sound like someone who was owning an internet cafe, and nowadays everybody has Wi-Fi.
Maybe.
But of course, this everybody having more information also means there's more choices, and it feels like it's a lot more about being cunning and being flexible. It feels there's not that many guys like Maxim who are very principled, playing only the knight off, I'm not even sure that's true, only the Grunfeld, only 1e4, and are having success, right?
No, with white he's varying. I mean, he's playing Ratis, he also plays c4, d4s, everything basically, with black he's sticking to Grunfeld and Najdorf, but there's a good reason for it, because the results prove him right, yeah. And many times, even when he gets out prepared, so-called, he's putting up real good fights and he wins those games many times. What else you can dream of?
Yeah, that is true. And it has the advantage it's fighting opening. So in a tournament like this, he doesn't have to adjust his repertoire to play for a win against the quote-unquote
Exactly.
weaker players.
This is already a big advantage in itself. However, we also know that if white wants to be solid against the Najdorf, you can also play solid.
How?
I mean, okay, first of all, give third move bishop b5 check. Which,
But even there, knight d7, he's gonna find a way to get a game.
yeah, but there is already so much theory on this bishop b5, knight d7. Like 3-4 years ago, it was quite fresh. Now hundreds, thousands of games, and almost all the lines.
Millions of engine games.
No, maybe not. No, millions of engine games are in the main Najdorf, you know, those completely crazy, insane lines.
They like bishop g5.
They like bishop g5, yeah. Yeah. But it's always nice to see human touch. I mean, somehow Fabiano's new idea with h4 and then this e5 knight h3 concept, I like to call it concept, such things, is...
Are you sure it's a new idea? Maybe there is like 500 computer games in this.
Maybe there are, yeah. But okay, at least let me give this illusion that this was a human
Deep
concept,
human.
you know?
Think tank, Kazim there all night.
No,
Okay.
not. I mean, it's clear. I'm also not the person who is not using the engine. I'm using the engine day and night if I'm working, basically. But I like to judge for myself, and I know that how happy I am if I manage to find something which is kind of human touch, and computer approves it.
Of course.
But there are less and less such things.
Yeah, for me, the computer approving it has more influence, but if I like it too, even better. Speaking of, not speaking of it, but we haven't seen this game for a while. Knight c4, b5, Levin went to e3.
I
The
wanted to
computer approve
mention, I wanted to mention that move immediately that after b5, knight e5 and knight e3 are both possible, because somehow after the exchange this e4, d4 is hanging in the air.
So this looks logical, and he went for this. Normally the structure is fine for black. The question is if you can develop in time without white asking
Yes,
questions.
now somehow the feeling is that white should be in time to put pressure, because still you need to protect the b5 pawn, you still have to develop your bishop, and you still have to castle. That is basically 3 moves. And also you will be pinned on the d file. However, if nothing happens, then black will be fine.
First question, if I go here, some queen g4 maybe. There's a problem, yeah?
Yes, and then knight takes e6, yeah, after
Castle's knight
castles,
e6, yeah.
game over.
So he went bishop c5, when I'm guessing after queen g4, maybe queen f6.
Yeah, you are guessing right. Yeah. Queen f6 looks
guessing.
good. So, but knight b3 is also a nice move for white. Yeah, okay, you don't have already those tactical possibilities, but strategically speaking, you control the e5 square. You might be able to go that direction. You might you go to tempo, yeah, for the open d file. You might try to double as quickly as possible on the d. So let's see how did it continue.
b7 and
rook d3.
His point is if castles, I think queen d1 probably is asking some questions, no?
Yes, actually rook d3 is a beautiful move.
Here, and white wins, or wins the queen at least.
Yeah. Okay, one can argue that even this might not be that clear.
But it's a queen and a pawn. Long term it must be.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, computer is probably laughing here with +2. Humanly, you feel like if black would have 2 extra moves, then maybe he would have some compensation, but definitely not in this position.
Great. That's why knight went queen to c7. But it feels like, he's not allowed to castle. It feels dangerous, right?
Very dangerous.
F4.
Everything comes with tempo. Yeah, now bishop f4.
e5.
There are all kinds of bishop h3s, rook d1s, rook c1s. Oof.
Yeah, something's gonna give. But what else? Knight e5 looks impossible.
Yeah, then rook c1 probably, yeah?
Let's look at it.
Because it would be a strategically speaking, a good move, but I mean, these pins, I don't think you will survive. Takes, and Queen h5, you still have Bishop f6. Even g5 you have Queen h5, then Queen h5 doesn't work. Knight b5.
So, yeah, I'm threatening knight c6, but it feels like not the right direction.
Yeah, but
Bishop d7.
it's very hard to imagine that knight e5. But knight e5 is played, probably because it's the only move.
Yeah, e5 that just looked
Yeah,
so
E5
horrible,
looked
allowing this
horrible,
bishop h3 as well. What else is there?
So knight e5 had been played, but
You can also start with queen h5, but g5
but there
is
is
still
this
possible.
g5, yeah, this g5.
Show
Ah, no,
this.
g5 looks c3 now. And there is this difference.
Oh yeah, and then take this pawn.
Yeah, so here you cannot play g5. So queen h5. You have to play. Then bishop
d6
f.
or bishop f. Oh,
No, bishop
d6
d6
takes.
doesn't work. Yeah, bishop f6 you have to go.
Scary.
Very scary. I mean, if you can survive this. But okay, it's not obvious how to. I mean, okay, rook c1 and then takes on c8 is natural.
I'm not sure about takes on c8. I have other moves here. Knight c5. But you can always throw in g6 if you want to.
Yeah, only somehow it looks very tempting to change, and then the bishop had to go to c8.
Yeah, but if there's no kill here,
And then black is
alright.
fine. Yeah, so maybe
I don't see it.
not queen h5. Yeah, then.
What else can we? Let me try my weirdo idea once.
Yeah, try it. What is your
queen
weirdo?
b8. I want to go here.
Knight c5. Well, basically I wanted to sacrifice my queen at the right moment.
Gimme.
I don't know yet how, but castles as a start. Because now you are also pinned.
Yeah,
You should not forget that you're also pinned.
I did not. Maybe I did forget.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping for some tactic, but I can't see it.
But maybe I'm also forever pinned, and the knight on c5 is just very strong. You can come back to d1, and even after g6 just come back to
Just
e2.
play, yeah.
And you still have all those knight d7 threats looming. I mean, I don't like it for black. Yeah, who would like it? Yeah, it's more like it was kind of forced, yeah, to get into this pin. And now Levon is thinking really hard. I think he just cannot believe that he cannot find the forced win, because it really feels like there should be something in the position. And by knowing how imaginative and creative Levon is, very hard to believe that black can get away with this pin.
Yeah, something's gone wrong for.
Yeah, what we
Akari.
discussed, that this knight d5 and removes the jacket. Yeah, that one removes the jacket. Yeah, he feels, he smells blood now. He really want to go after it.
Serious business.
This is the moment. It just cannot be. I know he's very principled player. He just believes that you, in such situation, you have to punish the opponent. You just cannot let him survive. So.
And you don't only mean punish him by making him look at his green shirt, right?
No.
What's with the green shirts? Fabiano wears a green shirt, Levon wears a whatever color that is shirt. I must be missing.
You have really good eyes, yeah, that you see all this, because my glasses are maybe not strong enough for this.
No, I'm not sure if that
Yes,
is green, but we will ask Levon. He has his own style. He's very colorful all of the time.
Yeah,
also
but,
over the board.
Yes, I think that he is also now in a very nice psychological situation, because he's +2, he's leading the tournament, he feels like he's playing good chess, he gets his confidence back, and now he really feels like, okay, I'm +2 and I got this position with white. I have to try to get the maximum out of it. Yeah, because eventually a win today would put him in a fantastic tournament situation. But we also should not underestimate Arkady, because Arkady is such a great fighter. If there is a chance to fight, then he will always find the resources.
Oh, and we have a tweet from Chess24com. Have questions for Jan and Peter on the live webcast. Use the hashtag GRENKECHESS. Hashtag. How do you read that out? If it says hashtag GRENKECHESS, hashtag?
I don't know. I'm not having.
Feels redundant.
I don't have any Twitter account. I don't use Facebook. I mean, I'm old school.
Are you anywhere on social media?
No,
on LinkedIn?
I don't know if Skype is a social media or not.
No, it's not.
No, okay, but I'm available on Skype. Yeah.
Okay.
For my friends. But
It's Peter Leko 12347 on Skype. You can track him down there. But no Instagram account? No pictures?
No.
You're very old school.
Yeah,
I think
way too much. Yeah. I also don't have a mobile phone, so.
Oof, no, I didn't even want to bring it up. I know this about you, but I thought I can't mention that. What's going on
No,
there?
you can. No, the point is that we do have a mobile phone in our family with my wife, and somehow I'm comfortable with this. That usually she comes with me to every tournament. We are always together, so I feel like I have a mobile. But if I'm going alone and something goes wrong, it happened already that I landed in Krasnodar airport in Russia in the middle of the night, 1:30 a.m. instead of Sochi airport. And I mean, how do I tell my team captain that I don't know where I am and how I gonna get through the Caucasus mountains in the night, things like this. So but this is a lot of fun. It's also some challenge.
It's nice in a way to be unreachable, right?
It's nice in a way, but if you also cannot reach anyone, it's then you really feel like it's not so bad.
Maybe the solution for you is like one of these one-way phones that drug dealers use, where no one has your number. It's a throwaway phone where you can make a call if you really have to.
Yeah, in general already I'm now planning since the last half year to get a phone.
Okay.
So I might get to it slowly.
So every day we learn new things about you. Like then you never drank coffee was the revelation of yesterday. Today it's you don't have a cell phone. We're gonna have to save the wrestling talk for tomorrow, or it's gonna be too much for people.
Yeah, exactly. I have a lot of secrets. Yeah.
To recover from all of these revelations, I'm gonna need a break. I'm gonna get more coffee. Maybe we'll try to get you a coffee to get this out of the way, and then we'll be back with more
Action.
chess. Thank you guys for watching. Tweet us your questions. Go premium on Chess24 if you haven't already. Hashtag GRENKECHESS, hashtag C24Live, hashtag Where is Peter Leko on Twitter. See you guys soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to our coverage of the GRENKE Chess Classic round number 5. I'm with Peter Leko, who does not own a cell phone, so I have no idea how anybody called him to even show up here. But we are very happy that he made it, so he can tell us what's going on in all these games. Peter, which one do you want to see?
Well, all of them are extremely interesting. I even don't know where to start. We had the game Fabiano against Maxime with FTX E6 castles. I mean, you cannot really get sharper than this. It's extremely double-edged.
Fabiano
Usually-
just made a move. Which one did he go for?
Did he? Yeah, he made a move, but...
My eyes are not good
Queen
enough.
G1.
Queen G1, whoa.
G1, wow. Yeah,
That
remove-
doesn't feel like going for broke. That feels like something has gone wrong.
No. I mean, he's sidestepping out of the F file. And you remember I was suggesting the line G5, FTX, C6, Queen G2. I was
Right.
also not 100% sure where to put this queen because all kinds of squares, H2, G1, G2, G3 came, but Queen G1 is quite natural. He wants to stay extremely flexible. Queen still guarding the knight on D4, not to step in the way of the H3 rook, so the H3 rook is guarding the C3 knight, and white probably anyway prefers G4, G5, and it's a kind of harmonious move. Because what black is facing that yes, finally he put his king in relative safety at the moment, but it might change in a few more moves, and he has some kind of activity. However, the pawn structure is broken, and white still has this G4, G5, but G5 will always be met by H5, so it's also not entirely clear how white should make progress, but
That's what I was wondering. If I make some normal move for a rook A8.
okay, see it.
What do
Okay,
you
it
do?
does not threaten yet anything, but of course it's a really useful move. Okay, I would like to go G5. G5, H5. Well, now really this F1 bishop should get to E6 somehow, but easier said than done. And once the bishop leaves the F1 square, for example, trying to get to H3 diagonal, then knight C4 and queen A5 might just mate on the opposite flank. So it's an extremely double-edged position. Certainly it feels like that if white had to take it slow with queen G1, then this is... he might have lost the momentum. However, it was not clear if the momentum was really there. Yeah, this is what we discussed, that we don't know exactly that objectively speaking this H4 rook H3 was like a big surprise, but was it also a really very strong surprise, or it just one of those one game ideas?
Another thing, I'm not sure if our clocks are accurate here, but if they are, Fabiano's hardly spent any time so far.
No,
right?
this I think this is
144,
wrong
maybe
already.
it's still, yeah,
This wrong already. I did not want to mention it before because I felt that it's wrong.
feels like more time has passed.
This board's had a technical malfunction.
Ah, okay, that's what.
Yeah, so I think also Fabi at least spent like more than half an hour, I think
Right.
30-40 minutes. MVL, I would guess like 1 hour, more or less, but these are exactly the positions Maxim excels usually. I mean, very double-edged, many ideas. If there are chances to be created, then Maxim is the guy in this position. Yeah, very hard to judge. Maybe we should move on to some other game to see what had happened.
Yeah, we talked about this during the break here.
Yeah,
Somehow we forgot to. I think you even saw, but we forgot to mention this move B3, which of course is stronger than giving up the pawn.
yeah, definitely. I mean, everything else was losing on the spot. I did have this position in mind, but forgot to mention it. I thought that some C6 short castle, Queen A5 was...
I was thinking about
Was
this.
the
Maybe
point?
C6 E3 is legal.
Yeah, but in my mind somehow I placed the rook on D2, which already happened to me, not only on this occasion, but yesterday I blundered, the rook was on C7, I thought it's on C6. It's maybe time to visit eye doctor, I don't know.
Ah, as long as it's only an eye doctor and not a mind doctor, you're still in a good
Yeah,
spot.
Then I'm still surviving, yeah.
Because here, I don't know, knight f3 check, king e2, it looked like
Yeah, queen a5, king takes f3, then
white should survive somehow.
white should survive.
Maybe
But
it's still
okay,
worse,
still,
actually.
yeah, still unpleasant.
Anyway, Magnus played c5, not c6, and I was wondering if his point here was some
No, here
queen
goes queen
a8 move?
a5, maybe. He can
Ah,
also
queen
go
a5.
queen
just.
a5, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's easier, true. And this is a big difference.
Yes, this is basically just game over. So castles had been played, rook b4, and that's the problem. Finally white managed to castle, but he's still one tempo short. He was not able to kick away the knight from d4, and there is no good way of protecting the c4 pawn. Yeah, so is he gonna lose a pawn?
He played bishop h6.
Then basically he agrees to
take,
lose a
right?
pawn. Yeah,
I'm not sure he agrees, but he probably...
even the rook takes c3 was kind of a move or not.
Oof, I can't calculate.
No, the rook c3 doesn't
tactics.
work because then bishop takes c3 at the end, wins for white. It's actually a very nice line. Rook takes d8, rook d8, bishop c3, and
Whee!
white is piece up. So one should not be carried away. Yeah,
King g7 is fine, because e3 now we can take...
Yeah, definitely. So what is white doing here? Some rook fe1? Or? But okay, then it's pawn
It's
and the
hopeless,
bad
no?
position. Yeah.
Pawn and the position. Or queen a5 even.
Yeah.
This looks bad. Is there some trick we're missing?
I mean, feeling-wise, I don't think, because it was very...
Actually, after takes, rook c3 is not a threat, at least. So I can go for this.
This is wonderful.
This is
Knight
not legal.
queen. So this is the justification behind bishop h6. A great move, in a sense that, yeah, how many tactical. But I can also take and take on c4, yeah, and then some knight e4, yeah. But then queen a8, knight g5, knight e2 mate. Okay, you can also start like this.
This looks winning.
Yeah,
F3,
looks.
I can
Yeah,
take
no,
it
this is
left.
over. Yeah. No, so bishop h6, queen h6, rook c4.
Now if queen anywhere, now this does work.
This does work. Yeah, but then takes, rook c4. Just don't. It's
Game
not
over,
just
no?
a
Rook
pawn.
d3, rook c3, it's direct problems.
I already only don't dare to say this game over, because always whenever we said game over, it
Then
turned out that there
one
was
more game.
something. Yeah. So
That's
hang
true.
on. But it really looks very bad. I even don't see.
I don't see a move.
But the point was that he also did not have a move apart of bishop h6, because the bishop on g7 is so powerful, the bishop on f4 is completely out of the game, and the rook takes c4 cannot be stopped. So one cannot even claim that bishop h6 is a mistake. It's just natural that you try to exchange these bishops, but I mean takes rook c4.
Does look decisive to me. This really seems like the only
Yeah, but
fighting
I mean,
chance, but just doesn't
but
work.
even
Or
you can
queen
start with
h8.
queen a8. Yeah. Yeah, looks like a disaster.
Something like this feels hopeless too to me.
Yeah, and usually this is just a resignation kind of. Okay, king h3. You keep on fighting, but you know exactly that miracles will not happen here. You might just start also pushing the c pawn. I don't know, c4, c3.
Yeah, looks like an uphill battle, and maybe, or
Yeah,
probably some cleaner solution after knight.
Yeah,
e4.
but okay, probably we have seen enough. We should move on, because there are definitely more exciting positions.
How's Mr. Levon generating pressure?
Exactly.
He
So
went queen h5.
and then
bishop-
he went to but he went
But he
rook
started with rook
c3.
c3. But that allows bishop d6, which happened. Queen b8, queen h5, and now there's no longer bishop d6, rook d6. So it's a bit strange he would go for this move order, no?
Yeah, strange, but probably he has his own ideas, because
No, my point is, what is he gaining by starting with rook c3? Because if he wants this position, he can go for this and this. No, queen b8 still looks forced. Or maybe queen d6.
But that's
d1.
yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point, because he could have maybe, did he forgot about bishop d6? Okay, we don't know if bishop d6 is any good, but in general that was very logical as you explained. Then why to go for this if
why
you
get
can?
extra options?
However, hang on, after queen h5 he could take knight takes d3. We already spoke about this, that Levon is always very happy to give the queens. So he is not happy to give the opponent the chance.
That's possible. Yeah.
Okay, there is some rook d1, knight takes b2, queen e5 tricky line, which is quite hard to judge, but might be good.
Seems easy to judge. It's completely winning for white.
Yes.
Yeah, this is very strong. Huh?
Yeah, looked strong. But no more harsh judgments from me. I'm just trying to stay on the safe
But
side.
maybe Levon even thinks such a position is better.
Yeah, you can go to h6 because knight b2 runs into queen g7 not, because then rook knight d1, that's okay for black. Then suddenly and bishop f8. Then it all makes sense.
Fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, then it all makes sense.
But still, this is hard to.
Yeah,
hard to
in
fully
general,
trust.
okay, you cannot castle, and queen g7 can come also in the next move. There is no need.
My apologies.
So
Yeah, but the rook doesn't have a great square.
okay, I mean, if there would be a great square, it would be game over, basically. So we shouldn't complain, but maybe also shouldn't go too deep into it, because let's see what happened in the game. Yeah,
Fair enough.
queen b8, queen h5, bishop d6. So what
Took.
are the ideas now?
This is on the board, and he went rook d1. Threatening rook takes d6.
Yeah, so bishop c7 or g6?
g6, queen h6. I'm
Yeah, g6
guessing.
I don't like. Yeah.
Or even queen g5.
Yeah, before castling, no. So basically bishop c7 looks forced, and then rook c1. Is that a move? Maybe just rook c1?
It's a move.
And I might be able to force two pieces versus
Which
rook, which
is
should be a
probably
technical
too much,
win.
no?
Yeah, queen
Why
e5.
queen
this is-
takes or bishop takes. The game continues, but it should be.
Yeah,
too
this
much,
is
no?
this is just over basically. And with such a lovely dark square bishop.
So that's his point. Maybe he even tried to provoke this bishop d6 because he saw some tricks. Yeah? He's sneaky.
He's very sneaky.
One of the sneakiest men in the business.
Yeah, this is just completely gone. Takes queen c5. And that's over.
Whoosh.
Yeah, but your queen is kind of trapped, yeah.
Well, first of all, bishop b8 works, but
And
there must
queen
be some
g5 wins.
beauty here. Yeah, this is.
Good enough. Queen c3 does the same effect.
I want even more.
And actually bishop b8 resigns also.
yeah.
So that doesn't...
I'll find a way not to win. Okay. Yeah, this is too strong.
Yeah, so after rook d1.
g6, queen g5 only makes things worse as far
Yeah,
as I
bishop
can tell.
c7 played.
Yes.
But already the way Arkady played this bishop c7 did not look confident at all. Yeah, it feels like he feels we have this line.
One thing after rook c1. Oops, sorry. If bishop back to d6,
Probably that's the best. That's what you have to do. And then
I'm aware
okay,
it's not a dream, but
yeah, okay, bishop e5, rook c8, c8, queen e5, and after castles I can go knight c5, which
this
looks
seals
quite nice.
seals my pieces too.
okay,
Sometimes there's
still
some hope if you can activate the rook.
exactly. I mean, with rook d8 it still goes on, but somehow it feels h4 that
h4, b4.
or bishop
slowly.
f3 also is possible. Yeah, it doesn't look.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, this is just the way to prolong the fight, but does not change the result.
Knowing Levon's tendencies, he's not gonna think about this, and it's probably also a very
definitely
bad mistake.
not. Yeah, because suddenly black is
This
fine.
queen is a
b2.
powerhouse.
Maybe black is better. Or
Yeah.
I don't know. No, this.
All right, so far it seems like Levon Aronian is on the way to increase his lead in the tournament. Magnus Carlsen has a good position. This line we were discussing is on the board.
Yeah, basically we can say that this is objectively definitely winning. That's clear. This isn't hard or
Mister, no definite judgments for me anymore.
yeah, but this one feels safe enough. I mean,
It's 2 pawns, right? Even if you don't
it's
want to take
pawn
on
and
e4.
rook e4. No, he has done rook e4. I mean, how can you resist? You even take if it's not winning, but if it's winning, so this is hopeless. And king h3 has to be played.
This does not help.
And then after king h3, the question is whether this c marsh, I mean the c pawn marsh.
I will go queen e6 check. Try to grab another pawn.
Okay, this I would be glad to give king g2 because I feel like the 3 pawns plus the initiative and this powerful domination in the center is already more than enough. There is no need to give white time to coordinate.
Okay, then I'll go back.
Yeah, that's... You can just check it out. Maybe the guy is so depressed after queen e6 chess that he has
He played king f2.
He played king f2.
Which also doesn't instill a lot of confidence, but probably is
At
the best
least he
way.
wants to go queen e3. Yeah, that's the point. I mean,
b8 is queen e3 and knight d4, queen e3 as well.
yeah, but okay, queen d5, this is actually completely lost. It's totally hopeless. And then e5 and then c4 and then f5, the knight is so dominant.
Yeah,
And the rook is coming. This is basically game over. Maybe we should move to the Hui Fan game because we haven't done justice to that game. We moved on. We have only seen the opening, and in fact it's a very interesting opening, very double-edged.
yeah, we've seen it here. You were a bit critical, or we weren't so sure about queen b5. Knight fe4 played, rook c1. Queen e7.
Queen e7 and bishop e5. This is White's
E5.
idea, the main idea to
Put the guy here.
put the guy here, then it protects the c3 square and the c3 pawn.
So stupid question. If I go here,
Then bishop
you go
d4.
here, I take.
Yeah, gf, gf.
You take, and then you are very happy.
Then I'm very happy. This is what black should never do. Or
Yeah.
yeah, no, it doesn't.
No tricks.
Doesn't seem to work.
So that's the tactical
Justification.
justification.
And strategically, it's right.
But if I don't know, if I go here, let's say, still bishop d4, I'm guessing. Because after castle, I might go g4.
Okay, I go bishop d4.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared. If white consolidates, he's better.
Yeah, it's.
She's
I mean,
better, I should say.
these Ragozins are like this. I mean, you really have to be always very precise, but still, I feel that this queen on b5 is a target. I mean, yeah, of course, if you would be able to castle, but just for example, one idea that rook fc8, as you mentioned, bishop d4, black has something like a6 move. And if you go queen before, then knight d3 check is winning on the spot.
Oh, would have worked.
For example, that's something you really have to watch out. And if that's the case, then where you put the queen? If queen b6, rook c6. If queen b2, then eventual knight a4 might come with a tempo.
Running out of squares here. I'll go here.
And queen a5, yeah. You have to go queen a5. However, if I would be able to play b6, I would win the game. But for the moment, it doesn't work.
You are able to play it, but I will take it.
Yes, you will take it, yeah. And next already you castle, and then you will have the a3 or b4 square for your queen, yeah. So then you kind of
No,
stay
the good news for white is, yeah, if he gets castles rook ft1, he's almost winning.
Yeah. That's the point. I mean, black is playing very ambitious chess, but he has to keep the momentum. Yeah, there is no time to be wasted. No time to be wasted.
And Matthias Bluebaum decided to take the other rook A8.
Yeah, it's the
Fair
it's the
enough.
most natural. I just discovered something in the Levon's game. Can we just go back there?
Okay.
Because we discussed that rook c1 might be a killer, but I just
Knight
noticed
c4,
that
huh?
knight c4 is possible. And if knight c4 is possible, then I feel that maybe the worst thing have passed.
Yeah.
Because even if I will lose a pawn,
Yeah,
I
doesn't
agree in this structure, just not to lose heavy material. So in fact, rook c1
It's not the solution.
can be met by knight c4. But then what is the solution? Because I'm just one move away from castling. And now if you don't hit the c7 bishop, then I just don't see how you have chances to. With knight d4 maybe. Or knight a5.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking
all
about.
kinds of, all kinds of.
Castles.
Does not work, yeah.
This
That's
should
6
win.
wins. Yeah, so knight a5. Bishop d7.
Yeah,
Probably. Knight's again very suspicious, yeah. Some rook takes d7 is not working here. Yeah, knight d7. But now you cannot castle because of bishop takes e5, so maybe queen g5 is a move here also. But queen g5, just ask the question, if you can't castle, now with bishop on d7, then
Yeah, I don't really want to play rook g8.
yeah, then it's finished. So here maybe knight g6 is only move, but extremely dangerous.
Yeah, this does not look.
Does not look good, but
Trustworthy.
okay. If even you have some ideas, I know. I thought that maybe bishop c7, queen c7, b4 castles, queen c5, but you have rook c8. Because otherwise, if you would be forced to take queen c5, it would be probably just a win. But after queen c5, you have rook c8, holding one. Okay, still bad endgame, but because I can just take and go f4.
Okay.
And white dominates.
Yeah, it's actually still quite unpleasant.
It's unpleasant, but okay, of course, white wants to get more out of this position.
Knight a5 has been played.
Knight a5 has been played.
Bishop d7 has not been played yet, but looks logical.
Looks like the only move. Huh? Okay, now that we know that
So
actually
if I play
castles,
this
yeah, you
way,
can
the-
maybe play it before, yeah. That I don't have any move.
Maybe h6. It looks very slow.
Yeah.
Because these things with an
These
extra
things
tempo.
now extra tempo, it might. Okay, the king is in the center, which is some kind of a bonus. But you can
let's say.
start with a final. Yeah, really ugly.
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun.
Yeah, no. No, it haven't been fun right from the beginning. Basically, after white open up the center with this quick e4, d4, somehow it felt that it looks very, very dangerous.
It always comes down to one tempo, but black missed the tempo to get his bishop. out
Yes,
and
but
castle.
somehow you immediately feel it that here black is not in time. I mean, if you have to spend time on a6 and then rook d1 already comes, this hurts. Yeah, so things are looking very good for Levon. He also gets up. Goes for some water. Maybe let's go back to Vashi AM. This is the.
He decided to pose rook on e8. We've had this position where with the rook on c8, not on e8. It feels
Yeah, I
like
mean,
EF
both.
is coming. This isn't better.
Yeah, both moves look very natural. Somehow I also feeling-wise thought that rook a8 is more natural, but you mentioned rook a8 and I didn't see what's wrong with it, so I did not want to argue.
I won't be offended. You can argue anytime.
No, I can, but I didn't feel like it's the decisive moment. So I will keep that up for later. Yeah? Queen g1, rook a8, g5, h5, and now white is facing
Well,
the
this is a
problem
threat.
that
That's a bonus of rook a8.
Yeah, that's the bonus. But let's suppose, for example, if I would be playing some rook e3, then fe6 can be met by bishop h3. So I'm not sure that then you really want to go fe6.
Maybe I want to go knight g4.
But yeah, that's the problem, that you really don't want to go rook e3. Don't. But hang on, after knight g4, maybe I can just ignore and go bishop h3.
Oh,
Can I do this brilliance or not? Positional exchange sacrifice. Because I really need this bishop on h3 on that diagonal. And queen f4 I can meet by bishop takes g4.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about, but I'm not sure. It doesn't
Yeah.
be any good. Okay, so give me...
Yeah, so takes, queen takes. And now I feel that I have a chance to get close to your king, because this g5, h5 gave black a lot of stability. But if the bishop gets activated, then I'm not 100% sure.
Show me the money.
Yeah, so takes, b takes c3. That's slightly unfortunate. And you just say that I have no threat, you just go g6 and that's it, yeah. I have a lovely position, but that's all I have.
I'm not sure at all. It looks very scary, rook e1, rook f1, but if it's enough, who knows?
Yeah, the question enough for what? For advantage or just compensation? Yeah, it's because now you also want to go bishop c8. Maybe instead of g6 you can go bishop c8 already. I mean, yeah, I felt that this should be fine for black. Yeah, this should be. But even this is tricky. White can go g6, but then you go fe6 and you have queen f4 finally. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. No, so all kinds of things to calculate. Of course, would be good to know the exact time situation. We have any chance of finding that out?
My eyes aren't good enough, but I can see a 4 there, 47
Zoom
versus...
in.
I'll blow it up. Just a second.
I don't know. Another thing.
He played bishop e2. He played bishop
E2.
e2, yeah. Targeting the h5 pawn. Aha,
33 versus 47, so
Uh-huh.
Fabiano's actually behind on the clock.
Yes. And he started with some 40 or 50 minutes advantage.
Yeah.
And he's already behind. It also shows that in the last few moves, Maxim feels more comfortable. Okay, it's also easier to play now with black because you know your moves. Fabi hopes that with few good moves he will try to fight his momentum back, yeah. But somehow it feels that black
Feels like Maxim survived, or
yeah.
and survived in these night offs often can mean he's better or in good
Exactly.
shape.
It can already mean that, and already his body language also
Confident,
indicates
yeah,
that he's
stretching.
yeah. And let's not forget what happened in the previous game in Dortmund. Yeah, where also, okay, there he got a much worse position. Fabiano was in total control, and even there he managed to get his counterplay going. Compared to that, this one.
And there's also Fabi's 9 out of 27 in Najdorf's, which I've told him many times, don't go d4, Fabiano. Check. You'll have a much better score than 9 out of 27.
Yes, but the problem is that if you are a principal player, you just can never go bishop b5 check. I mean, because yeah, maybe he might have a 9 out of 27 in Najdorf's, but thanks to his approach, he has won also many games in other openings.
I agree. Keep the approach in every other opening, just in this position, give a check. Or c3. I'm joking, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, because he really feels like he has to fight for advantage, yeah? And you can also see that for every game he comes up with some new idea. This requires
very
awful
impressive.
lot of work. I mean, to surprise Maxim in almost every game, he is one of the very best, if not the best, Najdorf player at the moment with black. So this is really impressive.
Yeah, and for every one of these moves that they actually play in a game, they've looked at 10 that didn't work out. Yeah, so it's not easy.
I don't know. Again, you remember I was telling you that this 19th F5 exists, but I'm not sure if I really want to hurry with this.
I remember.
Because after this 95 Fe short castle, suddenly black managed to jump out of his slightly passive structure. Mm-hmm. And if white would be able to find a good move at that position, then Black would have to answer a question that, do I really castle already? Or if the center is not opening up, I don't feel secure. So maybe king b1, just to give a move. And this is a completely different structure, yeah, then black doesn't get his counterplay. So it's interesting. I have the feeling that we will see many games for this position in the future. After this b4 a, bishop b4, it might be a topical position of this whole variation.
Yeah. Unless it's really just
yeah, maybe
one
computer
game
just
idea
shows
where
that black
computer
is
just
fine,
laughs in
yeah.
your face here, shows 3
Yeah.
moves, minus 0, 10. Maxime
So
has
G6,
played g6.
Yeah, very natural.
Nice move to have, just to avoid any, well, first of all, any bishop h5s, but more importantly, ever getting checkmated with some g6. I like black's position.
Yeah, the problem white is facing that he is missing the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, and one day this dude will have his
Yeah,
say.
I mean, already these queen f4s were hanging always in the air, but also if black forces somehow white to deal with the tension with ef, yeah, that's definitely not what white is intending. That's why it's a big fight, because as long as white keeps that tension, white can be satisfied basically, because black also has problems. But once ef7, rook f7 or something like this happens, then black really takes over. So this is another very critical moment of the game. And how now the rook on h3 is also, I mean, somehow you want to play rook e3. I don't know what.
Just do it.
But this rook e3 always steps into something, yeah. Whether it's no fe6, I was not 100% sure, but maybe you can, yeah, because of bishop d6. Yeah, then you can do this. Yeah, but if I'm forced to release, then I'm not happy. I mean, if I cannot keep the pawn on e6.
So while you're criticizing Fabiano's position, I've talked a lot about Magnus's hair, but I feel like we've given Fabiano a pass for like really trying to sneak some very serious hair situation there by us. Is he just gonna continue to grow this out?
Really, yeah?
I don't know.
You
What's going
notice
on
all
there?
these things. I don't know. I mean, somehow I'm noticing all kinds of finesses at the chessboard, but
That's the difference.
mean,
I
all
don't see
this-
any of those, so I can focus or staring at the players. I'm like a girl watching football. Like, oh, this guy has an interesting haircut. Like,
I somehow cannot.
which team is the blue shirts?
I cannot really spot those finesses. But at the same time, I already spotted something before, and now Levon has played it, that he might be able to go for this rook takes d7 idea, and that's
Whoa.
what happened. Bishop e5, rook takes d7.
King d7 forced, because g6, queen d1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And king d7, queen f7. This looks.
Takes. Oof, this looks dangerous, to put
Well,
it
this
mildly.
looks. Yeah,
Here,
king d6, knight
check.
b7, king c6.
Hang on.
Yeah, I mean f4 doesn't work because that would be the
Six,
killer. Yeah. So knight b7.
For starters, oh no,
No,
no.
it's not so easy to start.
No.
Yeah, so takes king d6 and bishop h3 played.
Ah, that's his point.
Bishop h3 played.
It's a nice move because also your king is always safe.
Ah, which means that. So if black plays. What to play, yeah? Queen e8 and queen b7.
I don't know which
Queen
one.
S-
Queen
yeah,
a7
man.
looks very strong too.
Both looks very strong.
I like this for f4. Nice. No, looks bad.
Yeah, looks really bad. And rook e8 looks a little bit more natural just to keep the queen, but that might lose by force, yeah? Knight b7, king c6, I was still
Bishop
not...
e6, we said.
Then rook e6, yeah. That still exists. But I was wondering that once the rook on e8 is not protected, maybe white can go f4, because queen b6 check, king moves away, then king to h1. Suddenly it steps into this. I mean here, f4, is it possible or not? I know you also have bishop d4 with check, but I'm not sure if that
doesn't matter so much.
that helps. Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, king. Now this e4, e5 is such a huge threat. Yeah, this is just
Okay, it's
over.
checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate.
Let's find the checkmate though.
Yeah, rook has been played. Okay, you could win the queen. You could. I mean, everything was
So
available.
many options. Well, b4.
I mean, queen d5 check was resigns immediately, right? Instead of queen d7 check. I mean, here just queen d5. Then queen c6, queen d7, and king e7.
Triangulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so e5 does not work.
So f4. But hang on, after f4, I really want to go queen b6 check, because I want to activate my king. Where you go with the king.
Yeah.
And no perpetual check. Yeah, I mean, queen takes a5, fe5, king e5. Because mate, is it mate? I don't see mate with queen f4 and king d4.
Probably no mate.
Yeah, so you should take the rook and then I start checking you. I don't know, that's a tricky business.
So you're saying maybe my king should not have gone to g2, yeah? Because
Yeah, with
f1,
on
you don't have a lot
f1
of checks.
you would be winning, yeah, in this line. So maybe just king f1 and. Yeah, if e4, e5 comes.
It's like e5 is too much for black to stomach.
Yeah,
Apart from the fact that everything hangs.
then all the dark squares just collapse.
I don't see a move. No, it's
Yeah,
resigns.
resigns. Yeah, so basically here it looks like Arkady is in big trouble.
Yeah, Levon taking his time here to calculate. Probably has other.
Yeah, probably many
Options.
other options, but
This feels very forcing.
this f4, yeah, that was also the idea, to force the rook to e8, and it's the logical follow-up.
Unless you can find some win here, but I haven't seen it. Takes, rook takes.
Yeah, and you also don't really want to help the black king run away, yeah, from the dangerous zone.
Yeah, but so far it looks to us that f4 will get the job done here. One brief look, but nothing really has changed in this position. It's just too many enemy, yeah?
Yeah, it's...
Knight and 3 pawns for the exchange. Still, you always have to win it first.
No, of course you have to win it, but you're gonna win it.
He will, yeah?
So what else? In Fabiano game, finally white released the tension with ef7, queen f7 and knight b3, but this is definitely a sign that...
Switching to defense, huh?
Yeah. Black has taken over.
It's very nice for black, right?
It's very nice. I mean, it's clear advantage for black. I know from myself that how many times I have find some interesting idea against Najdorf, and I was never sure whether I will be happy if I will get the chance to play it, because really it can get completely out of control. And this Najdorf is an opening I also lately started to play with black. I have been playing it a couple of times throughout my career, but the problem what you are facing with the Najdorf is that if you are not an exclusive Najdorf player, then it just takes way too much energy to keep up all the lines up to dated. So
Okay.
it feels like you really need a lot of knowledge. and you have to polish all your repertoire day and night in it. You just can't play it like some strategical opening. Yeah, and there is so much heavy theory on bishop g5, bishop e2, bishop e3, and it seems like everybody has respect for the Najdorf, and everybody has kind of some setup.
Well, it's not a rare opening, so you will face it a lot with white if you're with black.
Yes. Well, I was trying to use it as a weapon to beat the weaker players, but suddenly I also faced that they were giving bishop b5 checks, and then you start asking yourself, is this really a better chance than playing e4, e5? This is the problem. I mean, you will never be faced with such extremely
You realize
sharp...
you have to go e6, but then you realize, oof, this is really not a great position for black. And
I mean, this is not an Najdorf already, exactly. I mean, this d6, a6 structure is much more flexible.
So you're working still a lot on your own openings as well, because you're not playing as much, but you're ready to play, yeah?
Yeah, I'm kind of ready to play, but I ask myself all the time that why do I really waste so much time? Or, I mean, I spend so much energy on all this, because there are so many things in life you can do instead of working openings. But, okay, I love to do this, so even so it might look like it's completely stupid and wasting my time and energy. Even if I'm not playing a tournament, or I will never have a chance to use my novelty, it still gives me a good feeling that I discovered something, and so on. So definitely I keep on working.
Game of Thrones is not coming back until June, so you gotta pass the time soon.
Yeah, I actually did not start watching Game of Thrones. I thought that I will just ignore it as the coffee and all kinds of
things. The cigarettes, the beer, I'm fine with. But
yes, but finally I gave in after like 4 years. You know, after 4 years, and it was very nice because suddenly I could catch up much faster because all the seasons were there. So now I'm a huge fan myself.
That's
you
what
know,
I'm saying. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to Fabiano. Cost him 40 rating points, but he's
reading
the books now, and he's going on internet conspiracy theories about R plus L equals J and so on. Like
things like this. Yeah.
He's deep into it.
Yeah, basically I thought that that's my big advantage not playing elite events, that I have more time. So if now that I have more time, I will not watch some series, then when I gonna watch? Yeah?
Exactly.
Because during my really active period, I just thought that I knew that those series are always very good and very entertaining, so probably very dangerous.
No, but I disagree. In the 90s and early 2000s, series was still bad. This is the golden age. Like, now is the time to cash in. Now there's all these good shows. Like, there wasn't anything in the 90s.
Yeah, not in the 90s, but like in the middle of 2000 already it started.
Then it started, yeah, that's
Then
true.
it started, and now already going to cinema feels a little bit stupid because somehow the series are much more interesting.
Much better. What are you going to watch? Fast and Furious 8?
No.
It's all nonsense.
Yeah,
it's only Marvel movies and Fast and the Furious movies.
Yeah, such things I'm not watching. So I'm basically hoping for some really good movie which might come 1 or 2 per year, kind of. Okay, I do like popcorn, so the temptation is big, but okay.
In Hungary, do you have popcorn with salt or with
salt?
Sugar? With salt,
yeah.
Because we normally don't get it in Germany, and it upsets me greatly.
Definitely, because if without popcorn, cinema is already wouldn't be the same.
I'm with you. There's a question for you by DVDY90. This is what people call themselves on Twitter. #GRENKE_chess. Peter, if you would have to choose 3 till 5 qualities for a perfect player, what would those be, and from whom would you take them?
Oof. That's a tough one.
3 till 5. Give us an exact number. 3.
3 till 5. But this requires then chess understanding, or in which sense? What kind of qualities?
He's probably looking for whatever. Tenacity, mental stability, fitness.
Basically, I think in order to be one of the very best in the business, you have to be very good at everything, kind of. That's the only way, because just 3, 4, 5 qualities might not be enough. it's clear that we used to call that you have to be like universal chess player. That doesn't matter what is the situation, if it's tactical, if it's positional, if you have to be patient, if you have to be aggressive, whatever, you have to react according to the situation and get the best out of every situation. It's easier said than done, and every player, doesn't matter how strong he is, has some preferences, yeah, that he likes to play calm positions, which doesn't mean that he's unable to handle complications. It's just some kind of a preference. Magnus is a player who is trying to take it slow, but I think every top player who has played with him enough knows that he's a brilliant calculator, very, very good tactician, and he sees so much. So probably when you are the very best, then you are the best combination of all these things which really matter.
There was, I believe I read yesterday, an interview with Morozevich, who said Magnus, in his opinion, is not the most talented player. He named Nepomniachtchi and Ivanchuk is more talented, but the most smart, practical guy. I'm never sure how to measure this talent category, so I find it hard to argue in such terms. But do you agree that Magnus is maybe the most complete, or which word would be used to describe him?
I don't know. It's very, very difficult. I mean, because I also read Morozevich's interview, which was, by the way, I saw the brilliant interview, and I'm in very good terms with Alexander. We respect each other very, very much. But such things are always subjective. I mean, for one guy, this is the talent. For other guys, something else. I also would not dare to judge any of this, that who is more talented or not, because chess is somehow a combination of so many things. Yeah, that for example, memory plays an extremely important role. You can be incredibly talented in which way, that you are like creative or like you are artist or things like this, but if you don't have a memory, then basically you are out of the business automatically.
But you also build it, right? The more files you look at, the better your memory becomes.
Yeah, probably, but it's good if the memory is right there from the beginning. It's this is what I find, that the older players from the older times, they are used to working non-stop on their openings, and from the childhood you were building your repertoire. You know that you have to memorize and you have to know so many things, and I think that's why players like Anand, Kramnik, Gelfand are still there where they are, because they have this feeling. They went through all this. They worked so much in those years. They are complete players. And for the modern generation, with the computers, it's all much easier somehow. Yeah, that you get all the informations immediately. You press the button and you already know the evolution of the position. I think also Gelfand is the player who works a little bit in the old-fashioned way, that he also likes to create his own opinion on the board, and he is not affected fully by computer. Clearly, he's also non-stop using engine, but you like to have your own thoughts, kind of.
What has he been up to? I'm wondering, but I think this is more of a general thing, that there's only so many spots in the super tournament, so even a world-class player like Gelfand is not playing in that many events recently, or maybe, I'm not sure, maybe I'm forgetting many, but I have a feeling he hasn't been so active recently, or is that wrong?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the problem, that there are way too many very, very good players, but not enough tournaments for everybody. In this sense, the Grand Prix is already something good, because it gives chances for all those players whose rating is not top 10 or not close to top 10 to play super events with great players. Also, Vasily Ivanchuk is another legend who has incredible memory. I mean, you really feel like he's a complete player, yeah, that he is very good in tactics, he calculates, he feels everything, he can play any opening, things like this. So again, to judge then that who is more talented, Anand or Ivanchuk, it's also impossible. They are both in their ways just incredible talents, and probably they have different talents, but both of them are just brilliant.
Who was the most unpleasant to meet for you of the guys you played regularly in the super tournaments? Like Anand, Kramnik, Kasparov, Ivanchuk, which name?
No, those four I did not really have any big problems with. I mean, not that I necessarily had a plus score, but I was basically feeling comfortable. For me, the nightmare opponent was Levon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the nightmare opponent. So basically, when Levon appeared on the scene at 2006, it was quite a bad news for me. Okay, I did not know right from the beginning that he will be so unpleasant. And the biggest problem with Levon that we are also very close friends, and despite losing so many games, I have only good feelings towards him. And this is also unpleasant because usually if you are losing to somebody so many key games as I have done against Levon, then at least you want to be mad at him or things like this. But somehow
I've only lost
it's
him
not
twice,
the
and
case.
I can't stand the guy at all because.
But definitely
that's
he has
interesting.
been my most unpleasant opponent.
Bet Noir. There he comes, and he's come up with this knight b7, king c6, b4 sequence, which is probably very smart.
Yeah, I mean, it's very logical. We don't know exactly if this f4 was really winning or not. It felt like to us that it should be winning. Maybe it wasn't the
Also
case.
weakening your king, so you
Exactly.
can avoid it.
This is the absolutely professional approach, because black is probably kind of zugzwang. He cannot really improve. You are threatening some knight c5 with devastating effects.
The thing is, whenever you try something, the knight can always return. Worst case scenario, and then next move you take here.
Well, it's not such a bad worst case
No, it's a
scenario.
pretty decent scenario.
You just force resignation. But yeah, basically, if this b4 works, it's kind of shows that how helpless black is. Yeah, it's even black to move and there is no escape.
King is the most advanced piece, which is normally not ideal.
Yeah, and
Just
somehow
some move
all
like
the pieces are tied to another. In this case, yeah, it looks like a disaster. It looks like, but it's a really classy move, this b4, yeah?
That's nice.
I mean, really classy. It's always a pleasure to make such moves, yeah? And just showing your superiority, total domination of the position.
Also, Levon, we know he really appreciates like aesthetics and coordination and the beauty of things. And this knight b7, b4, I'm sure it's going to appeal to him a lot.
Yeah, but in general, I have the feeling that all the top players have this feeling for aesthetics. It's always so pleasing to finish a game in style, and because you know very well that you don't have so many options on the highest level to make such moves, because you are hardly given the chance. But if there is a chance, you really want to use it.
Right.
So let's go to some other game.
Let's check back in with these guys, but it looks like there have not been any moves after knight b3. Maxim's taking his time.
Yeah, because now it's a completely new situation for him. Yeah, he's confident. He feels that this has to be good, but it's also kind of the momentum. Yeah, you cannot just relax. White might go king b1 and further stabilize, and then you will not be already able to use your initiative eventually. So interesting. On the other hand, we should also not forget that black has an isolated pawn. Of course, this is a different isolated pawn, like we discussed yesterday, but definitely black would like to include this bishop from b7 to the game. Something like bishop c8, bring it to the other diagonal comes in mind. However, this weakens the d5 square, and white can try to think about some exchange sacrifices also, just to change the character of the position. But also no need, because the pawn on d5 is not running away. Yeah, rook e3 just can be played. And without bishop c8, then how to improve? Just to play a5? It's kind of a useful move. a4 is in the air. Sometimes you can even sacrifice this pawn in order to open the A file, as it's not really obvious what white gonna do. Probably king b1. Yeah? King b1.
No, no, I like this move because there's also many lines. Rook
Protects.
d4 or queen
Exactly,
d4
or
or
queen
sudden
d4,
hit the
yeah.
bishop. It's nice to have it covered. Queen e6. Well,
Yeah, it looks to me that I would definitely prefer to be black. That's clear. How to proceed exactly, it's another question. Sometimes even something like queen f2 can be really unpleasant also, because the end game can be white
pieces can be bad. Yeah,
the
bishop
pieces
on
can be
e2.
bad. The pawn structure is bad. The two bishops start to be extremely effective. Also, this knight c4. This looks really good for black. So what about the...
This game, yeah, no big news.
Yeah, this game is just a suffering. In fact, it's not a suffering. It's just lost.
This one.
And Matthias again done on time. Yeah, again, each game he's getting into real time trouble now. Move 19 and only 15 minutes on the clock. It's
Yeah, I don't know him well enough to judge if he's regularly a time travel addict. My theory would be it's because it's his first real super tournament that he's still a bit nervous and he wants to be too precise. Some accidents like yesterday's h3 he wants to avoid, but then you lose your touch and it can result in time travel, no?
Yes, definitely. It's a very special feeling playing these super tournaments. Also, when you know that the whole world is watching, you really want to perform well. You want to prove to the world that, yeah, you got this chance and you want to use it, that you belong to this category. But getting used to this level takes time, because when you are sitting at home and watching through the computer, and then computer immediately evaluates everything, and you know the evaluation, and it looks like you are in total control of what's happening. It's great to see the top players coming, joining the press conferences, and after the game showing what they really thought about the game. And we have witnessed some brilliant calculations. They are showing that how good they are, basically, which sometimes you even don't get to feel when you are watching the game just with an engine. That's also the reason why I don't know if always the commentary is like this, that you are not using engine, but I'm not sorry if we are making mistakes. Definitely we are making mistakes, but my philosophy is this case also, when we compare what we have seen with the players, and we see that how much the players are seeing, because they are fully focused, and during you are fully focused, always this image of the Bloodsport, the movie. We already talked about Van Damme yesterday.
I know all about Bloodsport.
It's one of my favorite movies. I have watched it 100 times. Basically, I feel like a super chess player on the stage during a game is like a blindfolded Van Damme in that movie, when basically you just sense and feel everything around you. And this is how a super player feels during the game, that he's so concentrated, he has to take care of so many small details, he has to feel the position, he has to calculate everything move per move, he has to judge so many things which requires incredible special skills. And that's why I'm really happy to do the commentary with that, because it's not about this that we want to show that how much we see and we can judge everything. No, that's not the point. I want to gain respect for the players, because what they are doing at the board and the way they are working, it's really tremendous.
Do you feel like the emergence of engines, and for example on Chess24, if you're watching the game, you can probably see the evaluation of every position, because there is an engine which you can switch on and off. Has it cost us an appreciation for how strong top players really are? Because I know it for myself, even though I do understand how strong they are, but sometimes you're sitting there and, oh, the idiot, now it's -1 and no longer 0-30. Like, what are these putzers doing? Well, if you have to think for yourself, all of a sudden you can tell how complicated this stuff is. Do you feel it's a problem?
Exactly, I feel that it's a problem because I know from myself that I know that this is tricky, and at home, if I have no time to follow the games and I'm just coming home and I'm turning on the computer and see what's happening, automatically I see some evaluation and I have the same thoughts like you, that why or how could they miss this and that, and then I immediately tell myself, okay, calm down, imagine you are there. And then I immediately also kind of almost in every situation find an explanation why those mistakes, so-called mistakes according to computer, do happen. Many times it's also because the players see too much but miss some small detail. There are always so many complex things. But one of the very good things, one of the most sad thing happened to me, I think, when we played the Linares tournaments. And I started playing the Linares tournament in '99. It was a fantastic atmosphere. And then I played in '99, 2000, 2001. I did not play 2002. In 2003 I won it. And 2004 I shared second, third place. But the point was that the first 3-4 editions I played, whenever we finished our games, we went to analyze, and the chess journalists were already fighting for their spots near the table already before they knew that Kasparov will come there to analyze to this table, that's his favorite one, and trying to write down every single word that is said there. It was like a real art what happened in the postmortems, and for me it was basically one of the absolute highlights, because always to exchange with your opponent after a really tough game, that what you have seen, and you go through the game and you analyze all kinds of brilliant variations already in a slightly relaxed atmosphere, was always one of the best things of all these tournaments. And then suddenly from like 2004, 2005, the journalists were not coming anymore. It was like you were going finally to the press room to give a statement, and you knew that those journalists who basically have maybe a level of 2000 or 2100 are suddenly asking you that why you didn't play this in move 32, Fritz was showing this, or Ripka was showing that. And I really felt like this is a sad moment, because the whole appreciation towards the players changed completely. And I feel that I witnessed this moment. It was like this 2004, 2005, and the switch really came.
Mm-hmm. For me, I've discovered in other sad side effect. I can't enjoy, I just played my only tournament of the year, and I used to have this feeling, today I played a good game, and then, okay, you would have to analyze to confirm or say, no, I'm actually an idiot. But now I play a game and I'm happy with myself for like 30 minutes, then I go and check with the computer and, I missed this and I missed that. I'm a total idiot. So it's very hard to feel good about yourself for playing a good game, because you never play a perfect game according to the engine. Then all you think about is, oof, but there I blundered from 0-30 to 0-0 and then went back up. So it kind of ruins this feeling of self-worth as well a bit.
Yes, and also it's very tricky when you are only using engines during your preparation as well, because whatever creative idea you come up with, the computer immediately shows you some answer. And then if you just work with a computer, it might feel like that you are not that strong. Yeah, because computer is always much stronger than any of us already. However, if I see, for example, two computers play each other, then I still feel like, wow, I mean, these guys are not that good. But I know very well that if I would be given the chance to play against those computers, I would just lose to them most probably without a fight. However, I do believe that if a top player and an engine plays against an engine, then the engine has zero chance. And
I disagree with that. I think it used to be true, but nowadays I don't think.
It used to be true, but still, I mean, at least let me believe that it's like this. Yeah? Give me some hope.
All right. But still, I'd take the engine with more course. Madrai Rua is saying, Peter, Jan has said, oh, don't quote me or anything, I make up stuff. Jan has said that club players shouldn't spend too much time studying endings, but focus on other aspects. Discuss. He's trying to...
What were you suggesting to do?
I was suggesting, I don't know, probably to watch Game of Thrones, or if you have to spend time on chess, then look at openings, because you get an opening every game. Well, end games you only get every, 100th game. I'm half tongue-in-cheek, but I'm half serious too, that I think club players are too obsessed with I need to study my endgames.
Okay, could be the case. The point is also what you really want to achieve in
Sure.
chess. If you just want to enjoy, then you should also in the training do whatever pleases you.
That's what
Basically,
I tell
just to kick yourself that okay, I'm not enjoying endgame, but let me torture myself further and further. I still have to learn this, still have to learn that. Those endgames are never ending. Actually, so it doesn't matter how much you study, it won't be enough. On the other hand, it's a natural process that you have to have a so-called classical education, so you should know your basics at least. I mean, I don't encourage anyone to really decide to try to cover all kinds of endgames, but I mean the basic rook endgames should be known for every, even for every club player.
Sure. But even if you don't know those, how much rating does it cost you per year? Let's say you get it twice and you maybe lose half a point. You don't even lose half a point every game, but on average, let's say you lose 10 rating points per year because of your lack of rook endgame knowledge. Well, if you don't know your openings or if you blunder tactics, it's going to cost you hundreds of points every year. So I'm saying, I'm not talking about super grandmasters, there it's obvious, but I'm saying for an 1800 player, if you're not enjoying it, why spend any time on rook endgames?
Yeah, but maybe somebody enjoys it.
Then, okay, knock yourself out. Like, I don't understand you and I don't want to meet you, but by all means, continue with the rook endgames.
Because the point is that there are some people who simply also don't like to work in their openings.
Ooh, sickos.
I mean, and then there are such persons.
Why would you
as
not
well.
love that?
They would just like to start in the middle game already.
That's another thing I always get upset about. Like, work on the middle game. What does that even mean? There's no such thing. People always ask me, what's the best middle game book? There's no middle game books. You can analyze your openings into the middle game. You can do tactics. You can play through games. But this, I really want to read whatever. I'm sure there's books like Ove's middle game or whatever. But it doesn't exist. There is no such thing as the middle game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there are all these books like about isolated pawn or pawn structures or whatsoever. It's always useful to read those books. Basically, it never harms. But
what's your favorite? Do you have any book recommendations?
Not really, to be honest, but I can say what I was reading when I was a kid. I mean, I was a very huge fan of the chess lectures of Tigran Petrosyan. I think that was also the reason why he became my favorite player, because that book was just fantastic. One also has to know that there was not so much literature in Hungarian language translated. So the choice was quite limited, and I also did not have a big library to choose from, but that book I read like at least 100 times, and I was very, very pleased with all the chess wisdom that I got from that book, and it might have shaped also a little bit my character as a player in future years.
Because I was reading Life and Games of Mikhail Tal. That's how I became this aggressive tactic wizard.
Yeah, another thing, for example, what is very natural, that you are solving your tactics. Yeah, it's kind of normal. For example, in my childhood, it was absolutely common thing in Hungary that you would just tell, aha, so you are like already a more or less decent player, then go through the encyclopedia of combinations. Oof. And then, okay, before going to sleep or whenever you have some time, you just solve 10 or 15 or 20 positions at once without any chessboard, just to get your brain used to seeing tactics. That's kind of a very typical way.
But can't you just play Blitz on the internet? Then every game there's going to be tactics you have to solve.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not really into this. And when I was a kid, definitely we didn't have that opportunity.
That's true. No, tactics I can get more behind than endgames.
Yeah, so basically what I encourage every player to do is that if he's not a professional player, he should definitely try to work on something he really enjoys, because after all, that's the point of chess, that it should give us pleasure.
Yeah, not only that, I think if you enjoy it, then it will also help your game, because there's this concept called deliberate practice. If you do it voluntarily because you're enjoying it, we don't really know how, or whatever you want to call it, our subconscious is putting all this information together. I think it's much, much easier if you're doing it voluntarily and you're getting pleasure from it, also for improvement. I'm not sure if that theory holds any water, but it sounds good to me. Let's go back to some of our games of today. I don't think Akai Knight is enjoying his game today very much, but he's still kicking.
I mean, he managed to avoid immediate disaster, but it's a very bad end game anyway.
How did he manage to avoid that immediate disaster, though, with Bishop d6 he played?
Rook f8 he played.
Rook f8 first.
But we said that after Rook f8, always Knight a5 check is possible.
He didn't go for Knight a5.
So King b6, Queen takes e6, Queen d6.
Probably he didn't want.
Yeah. And then suddenly Black gets out.
So Queen e7, Bishop d6. Same position more or less actually. But now there's no longer Queen d6.
Yeah, and then e4, e5 is in the air. So Rook e8. Queen d7, Bishop takes b4, Knight c6. This is how
Looks
they...
like game over, but Queen d6 is still a resource.
Yeah, Queen takes e8, Queen takes c6.
Leon's probably trying to evaluate if this is winning or not.
Yeah, those things are never easy to judge.
I would judge it's winning, but do you do that? I also never studied any endgames.
but such positions you anyway not studying. Yeah, here you have to rely on your skills over the board.
Even worse. No, but seriously, it doesn't look like Black has any counterplay. These 2 against 1 shouldn't matter so much. And the 4 versus 2.
Yeah, but Black does have this idea to put pawn on a4 and b4 and then b3, a3.
Yeah, still b4. I've always been time with my bishop on this diagonal.
Yes, no, I understand, but still, I wouldn't be 100% sure that this is a win.
Fair enough.
I mean, if there is a way to do something else, is there a way?
I'm still thinking, so clearly he's...
Because usually if you can keep queens and then attack, it's much more effective, but the question is, who will attack whom, yeah? After Queen d8, Queen c7 should be played.
Check.
And Bishop c5, and then suddenly this Bishop is activated. But still, I mean, if White will go King g2 and f4, e5, then with queens, it might be even more effective. But
if I can exchange queens, I will.
Yeah, you will
gladly offer.
And probably I'm unable to avoid the exchange of queens. But then
still, I have a feeling something like this. I'm not sure how to do it best. But I'm feeling it.
Yeah, but it's tricky. I don't know. There are some ideas like King c5, King d4, and then also for you it's not going to be easy. Yeah, King d4, King f3. Okay, I start to push. d5. But now you can go.
It's not easy to build.
Not so easy to get those pawns rolling. I mean, the question if you will really have the time to go somewhere, Bishop g8, provoke some h6, and then e5, King g4, King h5, King g6. But I'm not sure that you can be so sure about. Yeah, I mean here anyway b4 is possible, but just if it would not be possible. Yeah. But until I do not commit myself with h6, you cannot march in with the king, yeah? On the king side, so I don't know, maybe some h4, h5, h6 plan is played.
Anyway, amazing tenacity by Knight's position, which to me looked very close to resign, so you would think, okay, he makes 3 more moves and it's cool, but he's not found a way to hang in there.
Yeah, basically this is a kind of a success for him after what had been seen before.
And at least Levon has to decide, has to evaluate these end games, or does he want to, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, he also would like to be practical, because Arkady has only 8 minutes on the clock, so clearly he would like to keep queens if possible, but it's not clear if that's the case.
Black king
is quite safe.
It's quite safe on the dark square. So
And now the dark square bishop is really good. I mean, if black is given the chance, then he can go for counterplay with bishop c5 and then try to target the f2 pawn. Another idea is maybe just to somehow put the queen, I don't know how, on the f file. But first you have to start checking, yeah, this queen d8 check.
Another thing, if I want these endgames, probably I should make
Yeah,
sure
you
you don't
should.
put your king on d4
Exactly.
immediately, right? Like so. I type here.
f4.
Not sure it makes such a big difference, but I should still at least start with the king on the 7th.
Yeah, so probably I should anyway try king d6. And then king e3, yeah, this.
King c4,
Then
but
check and
it's already
d5,
different.
king
Yeah?
d4, then it should be a win. Yeah. This is
Here,
already
well,
a
if the
win,
king
yeah.
helps, then it should be over.
Yeah. No, so in fact this is quite an important moment, yeah, just to lure the king back.
Maybe.
Yeah, once you get e5 and king e4, then it's
no
over.
way.
Yeah. Then it's over.
Maybe you can go for, but no, it doesn't feel very fast, this counterplay.
No, so can you give bishop c5 check? Kind of. Trying to use this bishop g1 resource.
Ah, okay, it's no real threat.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, it
Where to
doesn't
put my gun.
doesn't seem to help.
No, it should
Yeah, I
be
mean
winning.
it should be winning. Yeah, with such a nice pawn structure, it should be winning. Okay, let's move on.
What have these people done? We have an endgame. Which way did we get here? Knight b3, Maxim played knight c4, forcing the action.
With rook f3. No?
Can't wait around for queen f4, knight e3, whatever. Queen d4.
Takes. And rook c8, just cementing this knight. So let's just make sure that knight d5 is not possible because of. Why is it not possible? I mean, bishop d5, rook d5, knight e3, I understand, but and book c2, bishop e2, the bishop is hanging. That wasn't so obvious to me. So do I have bishop takes a6 here?
Why is this over? Or maybe it's just bad.
And bishop takes a6 was possible or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. King b1.
I don't see it actually. Or I don't see why not.
Yeah, so hang on, then what happens after knight? Do you have a choice? After knight d5? What is really happening? Because it seems like it's very forced now.
Yeah, this knight has to go. I don't want it.
Yeah, you have to take. Rook takes.
Knight e3 is also not really a choice.
Yes.
And bishop a6. c2 seems forced as well.
Yeah.
They're blitzing out a bunch of moves in Magnus's game. We'll get there in a minute.
Yeah, okay, maybe let's just get there first.
Yeah.
I think that should be over.
Because there is a knight fork coming, if I'm not mistaken. Knight d3 check
Yeah,
and
it's
resigns.
okay.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Just
Basically, it was only a
saw
matter
some
of time
geometry.
already.
Yeah, it's not
The last
later.
1.5 hours.
And game over. Magnus converted his advantage.
Well, that's exactly what Magnus needed, yeah. He had to win a game. He won this game with black very easily. It was very smooth. And I guess now he feels that he's back in the business. He's +1. 2 more games to go.
Which is not a lot. Should Levon win his game, Levon will already be +3, so he has some catching up to do.
Yeah, exactly. It was the last chance, yeah, to stay in the race, which he has done.
Yeah, quite comfortably, because it doesn't happen often against a player of Maya's caliber that after like
he's
7-8 moves with black you're already at the
Yeah,
driver's
he's so
seat.
solid and so good with white in the openings. Usually it's very difficult to get him out of his usual structures, but here somehow, I don't know if it was a finger fail or something, this fifth
Something
move
went
G3 was a very bad choice.
We'll ask them in a minute. I'm sure players will join us. While Levonia went for Queen B8, Queen B7, and this is probably
So
the
he
best
can
square
change,
to
yeah.
exchange. Now you can take with the king the furthest away. Then go for this F4, E5 business.
Yeah, looks like it should be winning.
And back to the Fabster.
Yeah, because in
C8.
fact we saw that black had some kind of initiative, but this that he went for liquidation indicates maybe that he felt like he's comfortable, but maybe he doesn't have any chances to fight for advantage.
And we're being joined by the world champion Magnus Carlsen and Georg Meyer, who just finished their game. Welcome. So, Georg, what went wrong in the first moves?
It's kind of a shame to admit that over the board I just decided to play G3 and I should know it's just bad. And then when I realized how bad it is, I tried to do at least something interesting. But okay, it just doesn't work at all. It's bishop f4, rook d1. I missed bishop g4 after bishop f5.
Yeah, Magnus, were you surprised to get such a good position so early, or?
Yeah, of course.
Dumb question.
No, I mean, take on d5 and then g3 is a line, albeit harmless. So, I mean, I have to admit I don't know much about the move g3 other than usually in these positions black takes on c4 and then and then after queen a4 knight. I mean, it's always good for black. But I mean, I didn't expect it to be quite this good, but okay.
Then was there any critical point where white can hang in? We couldn't really.
I will tell you what was a cold shower for me during the game after taking on b7 and rook b8. I thought for a while that I could play knight a4, but rook b7,
Yeah,
queen
rook b7,
c4, rook
rook
b4.
yeah.
It's on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like white's just a tempo short.
Yeah, I know. After c5, after c5, I think it's just lost. So, I mean, yeah, I don't see how to avoid losing at least a pawn with a bad position.
So you've broken the ice +1. How do you consider the chances to still fight for first place?
I guess it depends quite a lot whether Arkady can hold this. Yeah. So, which I think he must have been completely lost earlier on, but now it's not.
So you think there's some chances here?
Yeah. I mean, it's far away from getting past pawns here. Actually, I'm not sure you can even do it.
So what were we doing?
One of our ideas was to bring the black king to d4, and it was like a question if we get there or not. That's why it was important for white to change on b7, not to give the chance. To
But let's say we just put the king on e7. Okay, bishop c5. King d6. King e7. How do you get connected
bishop
passers?
f1 maybe first.
Bishop f1. Okay, let's say I put the pawn on h6, and then I wait on d4.
That's okay. I go king e4.
King e4, bishop g1. Let's say h3, bishop f2, g4. Just wait.
Yeah,
I mean, this looks like a dead draw to me.
yeah, looks like a fortress.
Yeah. I mean, it would be very... okay, the pawns on the queen side are not good for black, but I don't think it really matters. I mean, the only try would be somehow to get the king over there and win both, but...
Well, there's no pawns on the queen side, it's just a fortress, no?
I think so. I really think so. Unless g5 is working. That's the only thing I can somehow think about. Or maybe king f5 and then g5 or something.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad for black, but Jan was always trying to ask me for a final verdict, and I just couldn't evaluate.
I mean, maybe there's another plan. So maybe you can go king f5, then g5, take with the king, play h4, h5, king back to e4, then h6. Maybe this works actually.
I wonder if you can maybe keep your bishop on h4 and then against king g6 go king f8 and wait like this. Or then f5, then f5, f6. No?
So Arkadi's played b4, hasn't he? Or he's played a5. Yeah, okay, it makes sense to get this first, because I think you're anyway in time to put the king on e7. Yeah, my gut feeling says draw. And then this is
What happened here?
probably... Yeah, I took on b2, but this is awfully unpleasant for black, I think. Rook c7, rook b6.
Fabiano's better all of a sudden.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Okay, you can go king g7, or king f7, whatever, yeah, knight d4, bishop c8. But playing for two results, then.
Right, so you're saying if Levon holds, everyone's back in business, sort of, then you're only half a point behind.
Yeah, then I mean, Hifan might win somehow, so then they're gonna be 2, 1 + 2. But basically, yeah, I mean, it makes a huge difference if I'm half a point or 1 point behind, of course.
How's your sports intake these days? Do you find time to follow basketball and football, or did you have to make choice time?
Well, it's hard to watch all the basketball games, for sure, but I try to get some. Yeah.
Who are you rooting against?
The Cavs for sure.
All right. Oklahoma, I hope.
Why against Oklahoma? Why should I root against them? I mean, they're an underdog team with a brilliant player.
Brilliant player. He's a cheater. He's producing empty numbers. He's trying to trick all of us.
Yeah, it's still fascinating.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Magnus and Georg. All the best for the rest.
Thank you.
Are we going on a break? All right, we'll be back with you guys in a couple minutes. Thank you for watching. Welcome back, everybody. Round number 5 of the GRENKE Chess Classic. The world champion has joined the fight for tournament victory with a black win against Georg Meyer. And as he just mentioned, a lot is riding on Levan Aronian's game. Can Levan Aronian convert his pawn advantage against Arkady Naidic and reach +3? Or will Naidic defend a game where he's been in trouble, but tenacious as usual? Peter Leko, how do we consider things at the moment?
Well, it's very difficult to judge. It's one of those positions I think you cannot really evaluate as a win or as a draw. It's clear that White has very good chance of winning, but Black also has excellent drawing chances. And you are facing with such moves like Bishop F5 over the board. Decide that
G6 or H6.
yeah, okay, here probably it's not
H6,
that difficult because you are forced to go H6, but you feel like that's exactly what your opponent is hoping for. The king might march through G4, H5 to G6. It might not be a real threat, but you are facing with all those things, and it might. So, I mean, practically speaking, it looks very unpleasant. Very unpleasant. I mean, my feeling is that it's more winning than draw, but I cannot say that I believe that this is a win. It's not obvious how Black can get some fortress. Yeah, Black has all kinds of plans trying to be active on the queen side, but as we already discussed before, there is no way to create a winning pass pawn on the A file. Maybe let's just illustrate that line, yeah? If we make any bishop e6 move, for example, and bishop c3, okay, e5, this is now not in b4, king e4, that Black has this break with b3, a takes b3, a3, but it's always met by b4. And the white bishop stands beautifully on this diagonal, covering the a3 pawn.
Still, in a drawing sense, if Black is still in time to bring his king to e7, this could be progress for him because he doesn't have to worry about the white a pawn anymore.
Of course, but basically this most probably he will get. However, this at the same time losing tempo, yeah, at the cost of losing time. Now this king f5, king g6 maneuver might decide the game,
right?
Because then how do you protect the g7 pawn? Only with bishop f8, then already king f7 comes, and also the pawn start rolling. So that's also the problem Black is facing, that if you start this activity then you lose time, or you would like to bring your king directly back to the king side, as Magnus Carlsen suggested, trying to build a fortress. However, as we quickly analyzed, it was not clear if Black can create a fortress, because White always has some new ideas how he can try to break through on the king side.
We'll keep an eye on it. And the other surprising development was that all of a sudden Fabiano Caruana is currently a pawn down, but only White can be better in this position. So not only did he survive what we thought was an unpleasant position, but he might be able to put pressure here.
Yeah, here now it really looks like White is enjoying his position, but if the Black bishop is getting to f5 and Black managed to activate himself, then it shouldn't be a real problem. However, the problem could be that whenever you start to activate, what would be activation, like attacking the h4 pawn with the rook from behind, rook c1 or rook c2, rook h2, then suddenly White can go for an attack with king e5, king f6, playing for mating ideas. So probably Black has to sit tight with a passive rook on c7 and just try to hang on, and maybe there is no way to progress for White, but definitely White is enjoying, and White will try to pose problems. I don't know if we can say like it's a huge surprise. We simply assumed that Black was fine. Let's go back to this moment when knight b3 had been played. I mean, it feels like Black should have a nice position here, but maybe we are also not entirely objective. I don't know.
I think we're objective. We could be very wrong, but it's not ill-willed.
Ah, yes, no, yeah, that's that was just the wrong wrong wording. But yeah, somehow it's very hard to imagine that Black has any problems here. But suddenly with all this knight c4, yeah, I did not like knight c4 because of the fact that White can exchange these rooks with rook f3. And
yeah, all of a sudden White gets space for all his pieces. Yeah, this rook goes away, the queen comes here.
Yes. I don't know, maybe this knight c4 was based on miscalculation or something, because suddenly it seems like he's able to get the coordination again.
I just cheated and switched on the computer for the first time.
And what is the
And the computer
evaluation?
says equal, doesn't care. A5, queen b6, but it's already very computerish. Queen b6, rook e6, queen g1. So that's what happens when you switch on the computer. You think these lines are normal. 0-0, what's the problem?
Well, they are not normal at all, because in order to play like this, you really have to spend like half an hour. You have to rule out every other move out of the position, and then to understand that you can just give 2 tempi for nothing.
No, more normal way to play.
Yeah, king
is
b1
king
is-
b1 also.
And then what
suggested.
does computer suggest? Okay, then more or less.
Bishop c8 or knight c4. No, but it doesn't say that black is better.
Yeah. No, okay, basically it would also be unfair towards white. White came up with an interesting new idea. Okay, black reacted well, but all what white was doing was playing natural good normal moves, and why should actually it be suddenly a problem? Yeah. Okay, but it's a Najdorf.
I would expect Fabiano to have problems in the Najdorf.
In Najdorf anything can happen. Yeah.
Anyway, for now, yeah, it seems like only white can be better. Draw must be a favorite, but I don't know.
yeah,
It feels
those
easy to play
pawns-
with white, and once you have this
Yeah.
passed pawn, black
It's really
no.
unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be a long game.
Let's have a look at Hu Yifan, who led the tournament outright after 2 and 3 rounds, then lost her game to MVL yesterday, but still on +1. Great tournament for her. Is this gonna be a draw, or can I grab a pawn? Knight g5, you want d4, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Looks like a draw.
Looks like a draw, yeah.
I don't know if we can be ambitious, but just takes.
Yeah, this structure is super safe.
Might still be a long game, but you shouldn't lose with black, no?
Yeah, but this doesn't even feel like a very long, because white really needs those pawns to be connected. Like if the g2 pawn would be on f3 or f2,
Then you play.
then it would be 100 moves, but like this it's just impossible to imagine to make any progress.
I agree.
And what happened? Can we maybe just go back to the start? We
This
left
is-
it at bishop e5. We haven't paid too much attention to this game, to be fair.
Fair enough. We've seen something like this, and queen c7, interesting decision. But you see this often in Rogozins. Black doesn't mind the endgame so much.
Hang on, not so fast, because these are very, very difficult strategical decisions. Also for white, that after 96 you are playing with h4 setup or you are castling, it's a huge question. But with queen on c7, black made
the
sure that
castle
after
takes.
knight d4 you cannot take back with the pawn, with the c pawn, because of the pin, and otherwise the c3 pawn might be vulnerable. So in this sense, then h4 was logical.
Yep.
So the exchange anyway happened. Bishop g6, g8g, and knight f3. So first the bishop went to d4, and now the queen gets the d4 square.
Well, queen c5, it already feels like black
It
should
feels that
survive. somehow.
exactly. I mean, even it's not about surviving. It's kind of, it feels like it should be dynamic
Like black
equality.
equalized, yeah. That's
Yeah,
not exactly
that's-
right. Takes, because the white king is also a little shaky.
However, okay, there are all kinds of bizarre things happening, yeah, with this suddenly mate on h8 is looming in the air thanks to the long diagonal, but black has this move queen a5, yeah.
Castle queen a2, and there
Very
reached the
funny,
endgame.
it looked like first black took the pawn, but black ends up pawn down in the endgame. It's a little bit funny. And Matthias is down to 2 minutes. So, okay, Hu Yifan is 340, but... Okay, time isn't a
5.
huge factor here.
And apparently, yeah, a rook a1 was played, knight to b4. But it's still the same tactic. Knight g5, there's d4 simplifying. If you don't take, okay, you can continue a bit, but white shouldn't have enough to put pressure here, no? You can make some moves, but now it has to be a draw.
Yes.
Even your Petrosian education, it's not enough to put pressure here, or do you think that?
Well, usually it shouldn't. Usually it shouldn't, unless there is some very special configuration that you are forced to go f6 and then white gets some rook a7, knight d4 connected together, and all of a sudden you have coordination problems, but this should not be the case here.
Black has decent pieces left from the structure as well.
Yeah.
No, I'd put my money on a draw.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
Rook a4 plate. Now she's asking if...
You really
Of course,
want
this
to
should
play-
be a draw, but this at least is asking some questions, yeah? You don't want to go g4 and you can't go f6.
Then how are you gonna protect the pawn?
I don't know. I already put my money on a draw. No.
Okay, check king h2.
It's a nice resources, rook a4, yeah? Maybe I should have considered it before betting.
Yeah, but usually that's the problem with betting, that you get punished for it. Yeah. If you would have not said so, then probably rook a4 would have not existed at all.
You know, I once made money by betting on you. Or mainly it was with...
On draw?
No. On win, actually. It was in the old days with live betting on chess games. And I was having a training session with Peter Heine Nielsen while you were playing your match against Kramnik.
Yeah, I already assumed.
And there was this position where you're winning in the marshal, but the computers were weak then, so they couldn't spot it. But smart as we were, we smelled this looks good. And the live betting, all the putzers were looking with their engine, said +1, +2 for white. So we bet everything on black, and it was nice. It
And
was a
you
good
got
day.
rich, yeah?
Well, not super rich.
And I was
but it
playing the
a good
World
day.
Championship match. Yeah, I was suffering there while
We were cashing in.
you were cashing in. Yeah, wow. That's how life goes, yeah? But yeah, that was really fantastic. But I also had one story that out of nothing, I got a letter from somebody who I just didn't know in Hungary, and he was sending me a really angry letter saying that I cost him a lot of money because I'm all I can do is making draws. So he was sure that I'm gonna make draw, and he put some tip mix stuff he combined with my definite 100% guaranteed draw, and on that day I lost.
Oof.
And that I should reimburse him for his loss.
I agree. You lost and you should pay for it as well.
Exactly. Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure if he really counts on an answer, you know. It was just a shock for me. In fact, I think that game was in a last round, and I was on first place, and because of this loss, I lost my chance of winning or I did not win the tournament. And then I still asked to pay some compensation. I mean, it did not feel right. So I was right not to
You never
answer.
paid the man, yeah? Right.
No, I never. I mean, I like to be polite, but I felt like there is, some limit.
Yeah, people are strange.
And he sent me also the whole system, that how he was betting, all
showed
the
you the
5,
proof,
6
yeah, like-
results, that he got everything right, how clever he was, and then exactly me, I'm the guaranteed guy, spoiled everything.
So would he at least pay the other guys that made the correct result? Or is it one way? Like, if he wins, he doesn't
No,
have to
I
pay
mean,
you, but if
you-
he doesn't win, you have to pay him.
Yeah, basically the whole idea is that you have you pick 6 results and all 6 has to be
No, I
matching.
understand. But since he's asking money from you for having the wrong result, is he
that
going to
was
give
a-
money to Kramnik for also making a draw?
No, the other games were not chess related.
Ah,
it was
okay,
sports
okay.
related.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, so he was just fishing out because he had like 5 combined results and he needed one more guaranteed result.
Ah, I see.
And he thought, yeah, that's it.
Safe bet.
That's a safe bet. Yeah. But I noticed that always I'm winning or losing in the moment when everybody thinks that, okay, this will definitely be a draw. Yeah, Leko cannot do anything else. And then some miracle do happen.
Speaking of miracles, is White winning here? Nah.
Well, I mean, it looks. It's all move per move, no? I mean, some king c6, a4, king b6, rook a8. I think this is very principled. And after king b7, that you have rook a5. It might not be so necessary because you might just go rook
Can't I
d8.
take your pawn? I want your pawn.
Ah, the pawn is hanging. I wanted to make some okay, anyway, I go king e6, and it should be fine. King d5. maybe.
Yeah, once your king is active, it will be hard for me.
Yeah, it should be.
Mhm.
King c6 played. Okay, it's normal. Because to be honest, I have just blundered that a4 blunders. I mean that you can take with the knight. I thought that if rook takes,
Yeah.
then it's a draw.
Maybe I
And,
can take immediately. It's
Yeah,
probably
maybe you
better,
can
huh?
take immediately.
But then black has to lose a tempo.
Besides just a hypothetical question, which has no related, no point. But after a4, if I take rook a4, okay, I understand it blunders because of bishop d7 check, and black might win. But I just wanted to discuss for 1 second that if you take, what is this endgame? Knight a4, bishop takes d3, king d6. Because not from this variation, but from some of the other variations, it might be important because I see some dangers. If I go knight e5 check and I force you king g7, I go king e7, I go knight e6 check, knight e6 check, and if
King f6,
pawn
knight
endgame is
f4.
lost, then if you move, then king f6 and knight f8 check, knight g6. So it can be really
But
very dangerous.
can you do that? Let's say, well,
You mean you will always control my 95, knight king e7. Okay, you wait. Okay, I can do this.
which
Yeah.
check are you going for?
Okay,
E6,
knight
huh?
f, yeah. And then you will sit on g8, king f6, and you sit, yeah.
Draw, no? Knight f4,
Knight
king
f4,
h7,
king
and you
h7,
can't
yeah.
go knight f8.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks scary, but yeah, probably it.
But I can check, yeah.
King f8, and then you just wait. Yeah.
Distance 4 to control
Yeah.
the knight.
We learned all this already. Yeah. Yeah, so probably draw, but something also to keep in mind that even such a so-called completely empty or harmless position has some problem. I mean,
And I'm
the
not
knight
sure if
is.
it's a draw. Because this pawn is coming, no?
Yeah, this one. That's why I wanted to start this a4 counterplay as quickly as possible. I was not sure if but maybe I cannot push d4 because of a4.
Yeah, but
So
it
this
becomes a
one-
race. Yeah, maybe king e7 was stupid. But,
Okay, a3, d6.
probably this king. Yeah. Still fine for black, no? Pawn on a3.
Yeah, should be fine. It should be fine.
Well, the moves are there. Rook a4, and maybe we could get something like what you mentioned. But
Yeah, I think that was just important to realize that whether white has any. Okay, white has chances, but black has this defensive setup, yeah, with sitting there in the corner with the
But
king.
after rook a4, what do you do actually? Bishop d7
Bishop
probably draws
d7
it.
check.
Take, I guess. Yeah.
Knight takes. Rook takes. Rook e4 check. King d8. Yeah.
Rook a5, rook d3.
Or maybe d4 here. Maybe d4 here.
Mhm.
King e6.
d5.
Rook d5.
Oh, it takes, and I lose.
Yeah, then it's. Yeah, okay. Then I mean, once the knight is exchanged for the bishop, it should be that draw. So. Rook
See what they're
d4.
doing? Rook d4.
King e7, rook d4, stopping bishop d7 check, and still trying this king b6, king b6, or at least king b6.
He's also trying to blunder this.
Yeah, no, after a4, king b6 is played. And then you already can. Okay, what you can rook a8. Actually, what?
Okay, knight b3 is also good enough. Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
close.
this does not work. So rook a8. Knight looks like a draw, no?
Yeah, I see no
The
trick.
A pawn is too strong. Yeah.
There's nothing here.
Yeah, this is nothing. So, so the A pawn guarantees maybe white the draw. I mean black the draw.
Sounds well right. Speaking of passed pawns, the D pawn. How did this passed D pawn enter the business? Rook A4.
And it's still
Knight
heavy
C2.
time trouble. Yeah, in fact, let's follow this because it's still three
Still
moves
knight
to go.
G5, D4, same old tricks. She played bishop E2, F6, and something strange happened.
Knight H2.
Some strange maneuvers, no? Knight H2. Maybe pushing a bit too hard.
No, okay, but they are in time trouble, and you rely on your feeling. And I think she's
but-
trying to create something. Yeah.
Yeah, she's playing for some tricks.
No, not only tricks, because suddenly the F6 pawn. How are you gonna protect the F6 pawn? D4, E4. Okay, you got a very dangerous pass pawn, but you are winning the F6 pawn. It gets very double-edged.
D3, rook D6 played.
This rook D6 played. Down on
One,
seconds.
maybe?
It's not easy to play with such a little time this position.
At least Matthias got a lot of practice of playing in time trouble against strong opponents in this tournament.
Yeah, but
Take.
suddenly he has to make a difficult decision. Yeah, King G2, Rook C1. Nice.
Yeah, or D1.
Yeah, D1.
This does not work.
No, he went Knight B4.
I like this better.
Yeah, however, Knight B4 he has the intention to playing Rook C6, but now you can just take the pawn,
Guess so, no?
because now the F3 bishop is.
If D2, just Knight G4 back.
Yeah, and
or
then
E5
you go.
maybe.
Then you go
safer.
Knight E3 and it's everything under control. So Knight F6, what you do? Rook C6, but Rook C6 I don't know.
And yeah, who you found took. I don't know why. Yeah, Knight E1 looked much stronger.
No, okay, but Knight E1 was not easy to spot.
Okay,
There is a
you
time.
defend the pawn and you keep an eye on the bishop.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's like an engine move that when you see it, it looks logical, but with little time on the clock, maybe he simply did not see this square, yeah? He did not spot it.
I'm not gonna give him a pass. Go here.
So
Let's
what is
study body
happening?
language. They must have made it to move 40 by now.
But why are we not having the moves?
Sometimes it takes a second for them to arrive. Knight takes F6, and he's played something, but I could not quite see what it was. Let's use the eagle eyes. Knight on B4, pawn on D3, bishop on F7, king on G7, but the rook is somewhere else. Rook C6 probably
I
was
think
played.
Rook C6.
So what does this mean? If we just take and go, let's say, back. Still feels like a draw, but
Feels like a draw, yeah.
pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, so Rook C6, Knight C6 happened. They reached the time control. Yeah, Matthias jumps up.
Where do you think he's going?
Into the bathroom. I mean, he had been in a time trouble for the last almost 20 moves, yeah?
It's not very pleasant if you have to go to the bathroom, but you don't know. Can you risk
have
it?
time or not, yeah, exactly.
I think technically you're allowed to stop the clock and say, I have to go to the bathroom. No one ever does it, but I think it's allowed.
Really, yeah?
I think so.
Well, I would be using this rule because
Well, don't quote me when you try it, but I do
I'm
believe
losing
that's
at
allowed.
least 20 minutes on the clock each game by doing this, so it would come handy.
I'm not sure it's always, but I think in time trial you're allowed to stop the clock and say, I have to go to the bathroom. I could be wrong.
Interesting to find out. Huh?
I've never done it, but I've heard that you are allowed.
Yeah, so white is a pawn up. Okay, the question is whether the king reaches to d2 in time. I mean, it looks very natural to challenge this knight on g4, no? Somehow with bishop e6 in order to enable our king to be activated. Because if you go king f1 and I can take on g4, I feel that this should be fine. King f6. And then king e5, king d4, and then who is better
Zero
than
winning
white?
chances, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, black should be able to hold this comfortably. So after bishop e6, you should probably go knight e3.
Even here,
King
this king
f6,
is so
yeah.
powerful.
I mean, it feels that this should be
It's
enough.
completely
yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, should be fine.
And the mystery liquid, probably it's just water.
Well, if you are so excited, you just have to ask her.
I will, for sure.
But it's a thermos. This should be tea. This should be.
You think it's tea?
This should be green tea or jasmine tea.
But also, if it was whiskey, do you think she would tell me the truth?
Then she would not be sitting on the table anymore, yeah? If it
Probably
would be
not,
whiskey, no?
Is it allowed to drink alcohol during a game? I don't even know the rules. It's probably allowed, no?
I mean, I never heard of anything like this happening, but
No, it happens a lot. Like
It
third
happens,
German league,
yeah.
they have a couple of beers during the game.
Ah, really, yeah?
So-
wow, serious business. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This feels fine. This feels fine. So, what else is left?
Lev is left.
I mean, Lev is left. Another huge question. Yeah, where do you put your king? But king e6 runs into bishop c6. So basically, you are then forced to stay active, yeah, with your king. So already passive defense is ruled out. Bishop
Still
c6.
bishop c6 feels good to
Yeah, king c4, king
tie
e4.
you up for a moment.
Yeah, with the king over there. Somehow this feels winning. I
We
don't
are
know.
coming.
Well, okay, you also just start pushing your pawns, yeah?
Yeah, or just to
Very hard to imagine that. Because not
No,
clear,
the
where
e-pawn
is
is
your
also running,
counterplay?
yeah, like you can never take this even because of
The
queen.
pawn is... So basically, Levon provoked Arkady for some
I don't know, maybe
action, and
looks very logical, but maybe this a4, the pawns become targets. Yeah, maybe the timing was wrong. The Carlsen planned to put the king on e7 and wait.
sit and
So,
wait. Maybe it was a better chance, but okay, when you sit over the board, it's very hard to imagine that. I mean, how can you be sure that if you just sit there, it's a draw, and you feel like you might have some counterplay, then you also want to use that.
But also not unlimited time. Okay, he was short on
Short
time.
on
This
time,
is
yeah, when he had
move
to make the
40 where he
decision,
has to
yeah.
decide on a5, a4, and so on.
Yes. However, it's interesting because look at this, what happened after. Bishop f5, that's where we left off.
Oops, sorry.
h6, bishop g6, king d7. So the black king was going backwards, and after e5,
I changed
bishop c5.
tracks. Ah, but these pawns are already
Yeah,
always
those
hanging.
wicks
King
are
e7,
hanging,
bishop
yeah.
d3.
Yeah. Okay, I can just move the bishop first.
Yeah,
So
that's
if
what
I,
did.
this is what happened, bishop
d3,
d3,
and
forcing
you can't
back
go
the king.
d4, so the king has to go back. Sneaky. Bishop c2, I don't understand.
And why he didn't go back now? King d7 runs into some
because,
king
yeah.
e4 already.
Maybe this is still possible. Huh?
But Arkady went for the king c4 move, yeah? King c4, bishop c6, bishop g1.
No threat.
Because king e4 runs into king c5 and then he can take already.
King e4, he can...
No,
okay.
king c5
Yeah.
first.
Takes e6 is what we mentioned, but this is possible. Levon just played h4.
Yeah, now played h1. He makes a very
He looks
confident-
quite happy. Yeah.
confident look. But this is also sometimes a trick, yeah, that even if inside yourself you are not sure yet how to evaluate the position, maybe he already evaluates it as a win, we don't know, but sometimes you are not sure yet, but you are signaling to your opponent that, you know, actually I think it's a win, and then you discourage him or you try to force him into some action which is maybe not the best strategy. There are all kind of psychological tricks
I've played a lot of Avalon with Levon. He's a very tricky guy. You know this game?
No.
We get company, so we'll get back to it later. We are now being joined by Fabian Caruana and Maxime Vachila-Graf, who finished their game peacefully. And
There was nothing peaceful about that.
looked quite violent. What happened? Is H4, is this a new move? Or where does the action start?
I think so, but I mean, I think I looked at it, but this morning I felt,
It's definitely been played before somewhere in correspondence games, but
yeah.
I mean the position is so fresh that there aren't really many games.
Okay, I couldn't remember whether it's D5 or first knight C5, so I just thought, what the heck, let's play a move, but Rook H3 was an unpleasant surprise.
I mean bishop e1, then you'll probably play like b4.
Yeah.
I mean I remember that both moves were possible, and both are very complicated, and unfortunately I couldn't remember much else. But I thought that Rook H3 is a move I wanted to play.
Yeah. Anyway, I liked. I mean, I could start with b4, of course.
Before I
It's the same
take,
position.
and then you want to take on f2 anyway.
Yeah, because if.
No, bishop b4, knight e4, and queen b3 is very dangerous.
Yeah, of course.
Rook c3
And
is
yeah,
fine.
and White's idea of Rook H3 is to take on e4 and play Queen e2, Rook c3. So, but yeah, b4 take and knight f2. But it should be the same. I mean, I don't think you have any other move after b4 in the game.
Yeah, it's about the same. No, here I just
f5 is just.
no, probably f5 isn't good, but I couldn't remember what I wanted because this was definitely checked, and then it's just.
It
so-
was checked because I thought it might not have been. This was my point.
No, I mean, this was one of the lines, and I realized it's so complicated over the board. Because I mean,
If you play some waiting or half waiting move
Yeah,
like
I thought
King
Rook
B1,
B8
Rook B8,
B8.
I thought this would only hurt me in the future. Although maybe this b5 isn't so dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, somehow I felt White should play in a concrete way because if I'm
I mean, next you'll play like knight c5, queen b6, and you might
yeah,
not even
Queen
care.
b6 maybe, yeah, Queen b6 could be an idea. And in general, if I have Rook, actually after King b1, maybe Rook c8 to play Queen b6 is also an option. But anyway, f5 is definitely not the way to go. I mean, if I didn't miss anything, because in the game I'm just clearly better.
We thought you were better, yeah.
Yeah, my pieces are just working together perfectly.
No, f5 is probably not the move, but
Yeah.
it's not easy to find a move here. Maybe something like rook. I was trying to play stuff like rook e3 to make f5, but then I wasn't sure about queen b6 and
Yeah, Queen b6 was
you know, f5, and you can start playing stuff like rook c8. Or
Yeah.
I'm not sure if my play is. It's probably slower than yours. Look,
I mean, it's a bit strange just if you don't have follow-up.
yeah, I can try to
Take and knight
g5
a4.
or maybe g5 here. I don't know.
But g5 I would just take on c3, I don't know which piece. Probably bishop still.
Pawn takes.
Yeah, then take on g5 and maybe knight c5 already.
I feel okay about my king at least. I mean, maybe I'll play g6 here,
Yeah, take on g6.
and
Take on e6, maybe.
I mean, it looks at least more dangerous for black than for white.
Yeah, that's true, you have queen g3 because I wanted some sort of consolidation, but maybe they're just not. I don't know. Just a position to play basically after rook e3.
Yeah, again, I have so many options, but for f5 was just not good, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I was not exactly sure what you missed.
I mean, I saw this after castle, and I for some reason thought that g5 was dangerous.
Yeah,
No,
g5, I mean,
May-
first
okay,
of all
I
I
should-
can take, but h5 is also very much.
Yeah, h5, and I kind of just assumed there might be something here, but there
What
really.
did we look at? Some Queen G2? Or what?
Yeah, well, we didn't really
But
look
it's
at
the same,
anything
yeah,
this.
some-
Yeah,
yeah.
this
I mean, I don't see where my play is. But maybe I should have done this at least. And queen g1, rook e8, I think I should just take on f7 immediately. Because at least after queen f7 now I have some knight f5 stuff.
You sure? Because
Yeah,
I,
maybe there's h5.
I thought knight g5.
Knight g4, bishop d3 I assumed was sort of some sort of compensation.
But maybe you also have rook f3.
Yeah, maybe rook f3 also.
But
I thought that h5 was strong.
h5 could be strong, yeah.
Because, I mean,
Yeah.
things are falling apart. But yeah, I just really didn't like my position. After castle, I didn't see a move. And already at this point, I felt like I'm just trying to hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, here maybe I was a bit too lazy, but I missed Fabiano's 25th move. But because after bishop e2, very interesting is taking on e6.
That's it.
Take on h5 and rook c8.
Oof.
Because knight e6, queen a5 could very much have tried. If knight f8, rook takes c3 is, I assume, is mate.
This looks like me.
Because
Instead of knight f8, can I make another move?
King b1, I would just take on c3 as well.
Yeah, it looks too dangerous to play.
But instead of knight takes e6, I thought bishop g4, and there it just stopped. Maybe wrongly so.
Can you take and play e5? E5 is 96. Right?
Yeah.
e5, 96, queen
a5,
and
knight f8.
Yeah.
I mean, you threaten queen e6 check, so I have to lose some more time.
No, this is very unclear, at least.
Yeah. But, yeah, again, I mean, after g6, I assumed...
You can also play rook e7 after bishop h5. I spent some time trying to figure this out, because I was also very worried that I might just get run over. I wanted to play rook f1 here.
I mean, some of this move didn't even cross my mind, but of course it's very logical.
Because if bishop e2, I think knight g6 is maybe just devastating.
Yeah. Yeah, should be, yeah.
And rook f1, I thought at least I get the f file. For what it's worth. I'm not very happy about my position, but...
Yeah, maybe I have some sort of rook c8, but... I mean, you still put up a fight, that's for sure. Maybe rook c8, king b1 already.
Yeah, knight c4...
Ah, yeah, knight c4. Knight c4 is bad news. I mean...
King b1 is probably the wrong direction.
Yeah.
But maybe rook e3 if it's possible. Although I'm very worried about bishop c5 stuff.
You might also be worried about knight c4.
Yeah, maybe also knight c4 and queen 8. But there...
b6, bishop c3.
Yeah, no, that's winning too.
So
be. Maybe this was the right way to play.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't see rook e7 because... I mean, it's not that I missed it, I just didn't consider it to be a serious move, but it is, for sure.
After g6, why isn't time to consolidate?
I thought rook f1 was going to be played, but after knight b3, suddenly I mean, I just assumed queen f2 would be devastating, but there I just take and rook e3, and maybe I'm just worse.
Yeah, this was a very strong thing. I mean, it looks terrible for white, but after knight b3, I didn't see anything which was so strong.
No, here we switched on the computer during the break, because we also thought black had to have something, but the computer says 0-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent some time in the position.
A5 was our main move.
Yeah, but I didn't like something. I wouldn't be able to tell you what, but...
Like king b1.
Yeah, king b1, that was the 0-0.
I mean, a4, I didn't see why the a file would kill me.
Yeah, it shouldn't. No, I just assume knight c4 is, you admit you've made a mistake and it's just quite safe, but... I don't know, in the game I actually thought I got in some trouble.
I was expecting queen f8 here instead of rook f8.
But queen f8 I didn't like take and queen b6.
Yeah, but it's a draw, right? I mean,
Yeah, I know.
cb3, queen g6, queen h5, and...
Yeah.
I mean, I was expecting this to be the end of the game. Or
well, I mean, I was quite ready to admit the fact that I was not better, but not enough to admit that I have to somehow force a draw.
Well, and after queen d4, I was a little bit optimistic. Because I thought the ending could be unpleasant.
Yeah, my first idea actually was to play rook f2, but then I noticed takes.
Yeah, but then I'll just play bishop d3.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can play rook e8 to try to get the same thing.
But rook e8, bishop c4.
Yeah, take.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
And bishop d6. I mean, it's definitely not the same, but
Yeah, because you get king b1. I thought.
I thought maybe knight c5 here, and then bishop c8 probably, knight e4. Actually, maybe it's just bad for you.
Yeah. Which is why I went. It's not the same. But then I saw rook c8 and I assumed, okay, I'm
Yeah.
just going to hold quite easily because.
Yeah, knight e5 is just a draw, I guess.
Yeah, knight d5, bishop d5, rook d5, knight e3,
Yeah, bishop a6.
bishop a6, rook c2, king b1, and
just
knight
take,
d5.
and knight e3, knight f5.
Yeah, actually, maybe black is very slightly better. But I mean, like, I might get a pawn up game. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But it's a draw, of course. Yeah.
It's possible. You might get bishop and pawn.
Yeah. Anyway.
No, but I thought that I was oppressing a bit in this knight against bishop, but it's probably really nothing.
I mean, at first I thought it's a very easy draw, but then I realized I had to be sort of careful.
Well, you were.
I assume I was, but you know.
Instead of knight c5, I didn't see anything else. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
like
knight
rook,
c5 is the only move, of course.
rook b8, you just play rook b7, right?
Yeah. No, rook b7 is enough.
I even thought, I mean, it's kind of interesting if you played rook b7 the move before.
Yeah,
Because I spent some time thinking about it, and then I
I
thought...
think it's... I mean, I think it should objectively be a draw, but... I mean, take, bishop takes, knight c5,
Yeah,
bishop c8, king d5,
king f7,
king d6,
a5.
No, wait, I wasn't sure about king d6, because now d4, bishop h3, d5, bishop g2.
I kind of assumed you could put the bishop on c2. Just bishop f5, c2, and then...
I don't like this. King c7.
a4, d6, yeah.
And a3. I mean,
a3,
this...
d7.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be... Well,
that was...
maybe a draw, but who knows?
I mean, no, surely a draw, actually, now that I have the position, but...
But yeah, you don't want to go for I guess.
Yeah.
I should never queen pawn, sometimes it takes the thing you want. That was a mistake.
And still there's queen d5 check, then knight e6 check, and...
No, this is scary.
Yeah.
This is very scary. But in any case, I mean, there's no reason for you to go for it.
Yeah, of course. Of course not.
So after king f7, knight c5.
And
Here I was going to play rook c4 at first, but then
I thought you wanted rook a4 as...
rook a4, I thought bishop d7.
Yeah, bishop d7.
Rook a3, a4, and that.
Yeah.
Or maybe king e7 first, I don't know.
Yeah, but rook c4, I assumed I can go the same, bishop d7.
Yeah, that's why king d6, bishop e5, rook f4, king g8. I started to worry that I might, get worse and lose this.
I mean, I do have a pawn.
So I thought rook f4, kind of just... It's obvious that every line is a draw now.
Yeah. Yeah, even if white managed to exchange rooks, he would need to get his king to e6, which he doesn't manage.
And the problem is if I take on a4 the move before, you don't take on d3, and you start going with king d6.
Yeah, but I can even take on d3.
Yeah,
it's still a draw.
It's a draw, but you might start playing...
No, no, king b6.
King b6.
Rook a8, rook a4.
Yeah, take and now king d6.
I wanted king d6, of
Or
course.
king e6. And black will try to win this, I guess.
Yeah.
Although it's probably going to be a draw.
It should be a draw, but of course. Yeah.
So Fabiano, your score against the Najdorf is not very good, yet you keep going for it. Why not give it a check?
I did do that against Maxime once.
Yeah, I did.
I also tried f3 instead of knight c3. I mean, I've tried a lot of stuff against Maxime. But wait, my score in the Najdorf doesn't seem too bad to me. I mean, I won like my last 5 games in it.
Yeah, that helps. Like before, it wasn't very good. Fair.
It might not be the best, but I think at least recently it hasn't been too bad.
Now, Peter kept explaining to me that if you're a principal player, there's no choice but to keep fighting for it. Yeah?
Okay, I mean, I had some sort of idea today, so I thought...
I mean, at some point I had excellent results with the Najdorf, and I lost a couple of games, but that didn't stop me from still keeping making the same mistake of, not enjoying the Berlin and stuff.
Fabiano, are you following any sports? I know with this guy I can't talk basketball, but are you following football or basketball or
Not
any
really.
of those?
No.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
Any vices, TV shows, movies? What are you doing all day?
Movies, yeah, movies are a vice for sure. Movies and games are a vice. Only one game actually.
No, actually, we have Levon coming, so we're gonna have to wait. What was the game recommendation? Just give it to us quickly.
It's Plants vs Zombies. You should,
Ah,
you should know
there
it.
you go.
You should know it.
Beautiful. Okay, thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow. Levon Aronian is joining us. He finished his game and won against Akainaj, who's also coming in the meantime. First question, guys, because we couldn't make up our mind. This end game you reached, did you think it was winning or you didn't know, basically? Because we thought it was very complicated.
No, I thought good chances. I mean, more winning than draws.
Arkady, what's your estimation?
I think it's clear it's very difficult endgame. But I mean, in case I will be in time to change a pawn, it should be a draw, but it's tough to change the pawn. So I think it's
If
move
these
and
disappear, then it's good drawing.
I think it's a draw.
Okay, let's start at the beginning.
Yeah, this
Here-
already looks very good for me, I thought. I think you've been winning just with knight c5 at some moment. Ah, after bishop d6. Instead of rook c8, yeah? Yeah, knight c5 I wasn't so sure. Because I thought that black can take.
Rook takes?
Yes. Takes, and it's just a pawn up for white. Bishop e5, g6, queen g5, bishop e7, queen f4, g5. I wanted more. And he can also even receive this with the pawn on b4. I mean, it is winning, but I thought that I have more. Honestly speaking, after bishop... I was really tempted after bishop d6 to play rook d1. But unfortunately it doesn't work. It seems that it's winning. Rook c3, rook d6. But then there is queen d6, bc, and g5. And yeah, black is in the game.
Oh.
Yeah. But I thought this rook d7, king d7, queen f7, bishop h3 should be winning. Maybe I overestimated it a bit. But still, I think it should be a very difficult position for black.
We're wondering if here f4, what happens?
Yeah, I thought this is possible, but then I couldn't figure out what happens after he takes on b2.
I can't play queen b6 check and queen take a5.
Queen b6, king f1, I thought.
Was the trick.
And
I thought this doesn't work for black.
probably it's looking-
No, I thought bishop b2, because this was, I was opting for this one when I went for this whole thing. I thought, okay, this should be clear cut, but not really. e5, king c5, you know, like it's jumping around. So I thought that knight b7, b4 is more practical decision. Because what I thought that black should have done after b4, yeah, I thought rook f8 was correct, queen e7, and maybe bishop c7 was a better try.
Knight c5 then?
Yeah, and then queen d8, something like this. Although this should also be difficult. I mean, if I take on g7, check bishop f1. If I'm not blundering anything, I should be winning, generally. And later, I guess this is all more or less forced. And yeah, I have a feeling this should be winning. I don't know.
How did we get this? We had this one plan with putting the king on e7 and waiting passively. How did we get this?
You play bishop c5 or what?
Yeah, probably bishop c5.
Bishop c5, king f3, yeah?
And king d6.
Bishop c8, bishop a6. Or maybe I can play e5 first. e5, king e7, then put the bishop to b5. Block this thing. And then just the same thing like in the game. h4, h5. Okay, maybe I should have forced him to play h6 first. Just, I mean, yeah, like that. And then just h4, h5. Maybe I should start with g4 in order to stop h5. Maybe there's some h5 ideas. Although, but once I put the pawn on h5, I play g4, king to f5, and then g5. And this should be winning with the a2 pawn alive, I think.
H6. And black was not quite in time to exchange things.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Because I always have my bishop attacking the pawn. So, well, at least, you know, if it's a draw, it's a miraculous draw.
So Arkady was mainly an opening disaster for you. Where did it go wrong?
Yeah, I think clearly I played very badly in the opening. I think also c take d4 is just a horrible move.
But I thought that was the only move actually, because
I wanted to play bishop e7.
d5.
Yes, d5 and maybe take on d5 and short castle. I don't know if it's that bad.
I thought maybe d6 should be close to be decisive. I thought bishop f6, knight g5, takes on b7. Looks very dangerous. Well, I don't have to even play d6. I guess I can play rook d1. Because this is always in the air, this threat. No, I
don't know
thought
if it's
maybe...
that bad. Bishop d6. I was not sure.
bishop d6. Yeah, probably I should start with d6 and then rook d1 or... Visually looks very good for white. No, I thought that maybe after knight e3, black was forced to play knight d4. I thought knight b4 was move number 9. I thought this was the way to proceed. Then I was thinking queen e4, rook b8. No, I wasn't so sure. I mean, what happens here? Maybe I'll play with d4 and then queen back. But this is a complicated position. Black is definitely very much in the game.
Right.
Because after this, I mean, it's kind of easy for white to play, I think. After I take on d5, because ed probably knight h4 is very unpleasant. If black takes with e pawn after knight d5.
Ah, so.
Yeah.
Knight h4.
Yeah, because it's not easy to develop. I always have this queen b3 idea, you know, just attacking and taking one of the pawns. So, yeah, I think knight b4 was the moment to improve. At least that's what I thought during the game.
So, Levon, Peter said earlier that you're his least favorite opponent, but he still likes you. Do you? Is the feeling mutual?
Yeah, I like him a lot, and he's one of my favorite opponents. So it's the other way around. But actually, you know, when I won this game here against Vachier, I remembered how I lost against Peter once. He tortured me in a very similar manner. So it's my kind of homage to Peter.
Arkady, for you, coming back to Baden-Baden, you used to live here. Do you feel it's more difficult to play a tournament here where you still know people and you have more obligations, or does it also help you?
I mean, I play so rarely super tournaments. It's my first one since 2 years, so I don't really have a choice.
No, of course.
That's why I'm speaking. I'm very happy to participate in such events. So, in general, in case I have a chance to play something like that, I'm very happy. So it doesn't matter if it's in Baden-Baden or somewhere else. But of course, Baden-Baden, I like the city. I lived here, so it's nice to be here.
And last question. Oh no, it's over already. I was going to ask you for your evaluation, but actually I don't need help on this position.
You're an expert on such
I'm an
positions.
expert on such positions. So thanks a lot, guys, and best of luck for the last round. So all games are over. This ended peacefully as we expected it to.
Yes,
Let's see if we
in fact, it was very direct. After the time control, after knight g4, there was this move knight d4. So that's what Matthias had in mind. That's why he went for knight b4. Knight d4, and not easy to stop the d pawn.
Ah, just directly. I see. King of 1, bishop c4.
Yes. And if white starts with king f1 instead of knight e3, then d2. And suddenly the king is not coming closer.
Still get this check.
Yes.
Might lose. Well,
Yeah,
so she had to force a draw. All right, let's see if we'll be joined by the players. In the meantime, can we get the scores after the scoreboard after round 5? Levon Aronian in the lead with +3. That translates into 4 out of 5. And
Not bad.
Not bad. Magnus Carlsen +1. Fabian Caruana +1. Who You Fun +1. Are all a whole point behind Guy Neidich and MVL on 50%. And Georg Meyer and Matthias Blübaum should be shared on 1 point. I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see what we have next round. Arkady Neidich with white against Magnus Carlsen. I still very much remember 2 years ago in this tournament I was doing commentary. Guy Neidich won a fantastic fighting game with the white pieces against Magnus. It's the Peerts, and Magnus went for this famous hashtag bishop takes g4 WTF. He gave a piece for 2 pawns. It was big fight, but Arkady in the end came through. So he has beaten Magnus, I think, twice in a row. He then went on to beat him on the Olympiad as well. He can beat him, but of course Magnus, who just won his first game, will be looking for more action to challenge Levon in first place. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with white against Georg Meyer. Yeah, things have not been going well for Georg. Tough game tomorrow as well against Maxime. Matthias Blübaum, white against Fabiana Caruana. Levon Aronian, Who You Fun. So we have more of an lower rated versus higher rated sort of round tomorrow, which means the higher rated guys, they will have to play for, or they will try to play for wins, and we will get a lot of action. No?
Well, definitely. I mean, the tournament is heating up. Basically, if Levon could score a win tomorrow, then basically he would almost guarantee first place already.
Right.
So looking at the drawing of lots, it seems like also he has quite a nice pairing, because after he has won this game with white, now he gets another white game. At the same time, Magnus, who has won today with the black pieces, plays again with the black pieces. Yeah, it's a little bit not the usual scenario in such tournaments. And so far, Levon has made it look very easy. Yeah, I mean, he has won all these 3 games in a quite easy, light manner, typical of him.
Things go well for him, his play just flows somehow. Huh?
Yeah, but okay, today clearly he got help from Arkady in the opening, because something went wrong. We have witnessed both players, Georg Meyer and Arkady Neidich, after yesterday's dramatic game. They both made inaccuracies in the opening.
Early on, yeah, they were still tired.
Exactly, yeah, it's very difficult to shift from such a game where Arkady had basically already a clear win, and then he would have been in a fantastic position with +2 in the tournament, or +1. No, +1. Yeah, he was. If he would have won, then yeah, +2. So not easy, and also Georg, I mean, mixing up things in the opening, because okay, if you really want to go g3, then okay, just take cd and then g3, and it would be more or less a normal game.
Yeah,
and
if I understood him right, he didn't even mix it up. He just decided over the board and then realized it was bad. Yeah, something went wrong.
Yeah, something. This is somehow lack of concentration when you are tired.
Darshan K. Krish is already calling it for Levon Aronian. But still 2 rounds to go. Magnus Carlsen is in the field. I think it's too early to celebrate for Levon, but of course.
Yeah, definitely. I
mean,
he's in a very good position. He has the game tomorrow with white, but he should try to make use of it, and definitely that's what he wants to do, because last round he will be black, and I think black against some top guy who will be eager to catch him. So in order to get him really into a very good position, he should try to make the most out of his white game.
It's a tricky spot though, right? Because you don't want to risk all that much when you're a full point ahead of the field. How would you approach it?
I think Levon takes it one at a time. Definitely, first he will check out what kind of opening would be the right strategy to play. We have also seen that today maybe it looked like an innocent choice with this c4 knight f3 and g3, this type of Catalan.
But that's what he does. It's not
But
innocent.
yeah, but he feels the opponent. Yeah, if he would have played Catalan with d4, then probably Arkady would have felt much more comfortable. But like this, he understood that yeah, Arkady likes to play a particular line against the Catalan, and then he move ordered him, and that's exactly what you don't really want to face when you are tired. After an exhausting game, you would like to have a position where you feel yourself secure. You have already played a couple of games, you know what's going on, but he very quickly disbalanced Arkady with this move order, and Arkady had to make decision over the board. And as we said, this knight d5 b5 was a very ambitious way to try to solve the problems immediately, and probably this knight b4 was critical.
Right.
Because just one natural move, basically what black was aiming for, to develop his bishop to b7, and exactly by doing so it turned out that this transformation helped white, and probably black already didn't really had a chance.
Yeah, it felt for the rest of the game black was always one tempo short of consolidating somehow.
Exactly.
In other news, Magnus won rather easily, has to be said, after Georg Meyer had an opening disaster here. G3 is not considered to be a good move, and for good reason. After DC4, maybe here bishop G2, but it's not the idea. Black was already better, and
yes, this
Georg never made
became
it
a
into the game.
disaster immediately. Yeah.
Easy victory for the world champion, who reaches +1. What shall we show? This was sort of the key
and
transformation.
probably tomorrow is he gets the right player to play with black, because I mean if somebody, then Arkady Naidic is the one who really likes to push with white, and basically if your opponent pushes, this automatically gives you also chances to play for a win. I think that will be a very interesting game to see.
Then, Fabian Caruana, Maxim Vashila graphed the usual sharp, or I'm not sure if the usual, but typical for those guys, sharp principled Najdorf fight.
Yeah, heavyweight battle, heavyweight theoretical battle.
And it seemed like Maxim, as he's been doing, he was the first to be surprised, but he solved his problem successfully. Then even had a good position at some point. Sure, come on. And we're being joined by Matthias Blubaum now, who will talk us through his game. Matthias, how did it go today?
Yeah, it was a very strange game. I mean, I think we both had our chances, and in the end it was a draw. But okay, she surprised me in the opening because she usually plays e4, and I was a bit surprised. And okay, she played this line with d takes c5. I think g5 is precise, and of course the critical line is knight d4 instead of bishop g3. But I guess that's too much theory.
Oh, 94. Okay.
And bishop g6, c6, and some madness.
Yeah, I say you have done your homework.
Okay, so yeah.
We never understood.
Yeah,
what
after
was
queen
going on, but it
e7,
looks
I
like
thought it's quite pleasant, but somehow after bishop e5, I couldn't really find the best way. Don't know if I have something here.
it looked like you were sort of in time to
Yeah, probably.
at least keep the balance. Huh?
And what were the key moments? You said that you both had chances.
Okay, I was really surprised by h4 because it's very risky here in this position.
If castles, you take on d4? Or?
I guess, yeah, but of course she can never be worse here. Maybe
Knight
she's...
takes, huh?
Yeah, probably. Bishop g6.
And then maybe c4.
Maybe c4 and...
Maybe white can hold.
Yeah, maybe it's a slight
more
advantage. I mean, it should be close to equality, but maybe it's slightly better for him. That's why I was just really surprised by h4, because it's kind of risking something.
And we're also being joined by Hu Yifan. Apologies, we started already. We were arriving at the right moment. After why h4 instead of castles, we were discussing.
Yes, a little bit too aggressive. I mean, definitely it's not the best move, but in a practical game, I just decided to try something more interesting.
And then, yeah, tell us, what's the critical moments? You felt this was more or less equal, or?
No, I wasn't sure yet. I mean, after she played h4, I could be also better at some point, but I didn't see it at all. Okay, she took. Don't think there's anything better. Yeah, queen c5 looks very natural somehow. Okay, guess she has to take on b7. Maybe you can also do queen a3 immediately, but I wasn't sure.
What's happening? White castle?
Short castle.
Short castle, not take c3.
I can't calculate. Somebody help me. Take or not?
Okay, if you take on a6, I guess 92 anyway.
Yeah. So 94 or what?
Yeah, probably, but... four. Okay, at the very least I can take on e2 and on a2 and...
No,
Not
first
this
take on
moment.
C1.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, that's... Yeah.
Short
Yeah,
round.
but yeah, no, she can take with the knight maybe. That's fine.
Okay, let's call it equality. Then in the game you get this end game more or less by force. Yeah? Is there any winning chances, or it's just balanced?
Yeah, maybe for white there are some chances. At least the way I played.
Did you feel there's some hope still?
Oh, well, not really, although probably this is the first moment in the game that white might could be a little bit slightly better. But again, I mean, it looks quite drawish.
Then in the time travel we thought things were heating up, but
Yes.
Yeah, looked like it. Somehow my position was holding up.
still just in time to hold you.
Probably. I mean, I didn't have too much
Why
time.
not
to think.
91? I was very critical of you not playing 91.
Yeah, 91 looked way more natural. I don't know where I played knight before. I mean, I had 30 seconds and somehow I decided on this knight before rook c6 and
yeah,
hoped it should be a
it's
draw.
also
but
fine.
yeah, 91 maybe is better.
Then it beat her out, I guess. So Yifan, do you know this was not your first game against Blue Bomb? Because I checked this morning, yeah, and there is a game by you against Johanna Bluebaum in Girls Under 10 World Championship 2003.
And is she
My sister.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You won some French defense.
Wow.
Because I had typed in who you won against Bluebaum, but I got the wrong Bluebaum.
Ah, but that was in 2003.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Did
Didn't
you-
know that.
Did you win the tournament in 2003?
Oh, yes, luckily.
Both of your sisters played chess then, yeah? I know your other sister, but Johanna...
Yeah, I have 3 sisters and 2 of them are playing chess. So.
Oh, I see. So 2 rounds to go. What's your plans for the remaining days? Smart question, I know.
Okay, just score some more points. I mean, have to make some points.
You want to score some points as well?
Yes, of course. Everybody wants, yeah, but okay, just try to play a little bit better and maybe stable.
Well then, best of luck with that for both of you, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I believe that brings us to the end of today's show. Peter, I will leave you smart closing statements.
Smart closing statements.
Just
Well, I mean, looking forward to the games tomorrow, but we have already discussed that. I don't know what else can we now say. It was another very interesting round. Magnus Carlsen has won his first game very easily. Usually when he starts scoring, then he's quite difficult to stop. So it's really interesting to see what's gonna happen tomorrow in Arkady Naidic Magnus Carlsen game. And basically, thanks for the players for joining us always. Whatever results, the winner and the loser comes, I think that's the way it should be, because it also shows that the players respect each other, and that I think as the audience and we as experts, we very much like this.
Yeah, and it has to be appreciated, because at least for me, I know how I feel after losing a game, and it's not always easy to then go explain it and talk to the public when you really have other thoughts on your mind. So yeah, kudos to the players.
Yeah, but sometimes you also feel like you want to get rid of some emotions, yeah, because especially when you had a good position and then you miss something, I think that's easier to come to the press conference, because then you are also willing to say something. It's much more unpleasant when you are outplayed from the beginning and it feels like you have nothing to say, and then your opponent will show the glorious game, and then you have to sit there, and this is quite unpleasant, but the players are professionals, and so far in this tournament they have proven that perfectly.
Absolutely. That's it for today. Thank you guys for watching. If you want to support the program, go premium on chess24.com, who's hosting this show. We will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, different pairings.
Goodbye.